We just returned from executive session, so I'm going to reopen the meeting of the Select Board, April 7th, 2020. So welcome, everybody. We are recording, good. All right, I have something to read about remote meetings. As a preliminary matter, the Select Board Chair, permit me to confirm that all members and persons anticipated on this agenda are present and can hear me. Members, when I call your name, please respond in the affirmative. Peter Carlson.
Peter Carlson, affirmative.
Doreen DeFazio.
Doreen DeFazio, affirmative.
Donna Stock.
Stock, affirmative.
Ed Prisby. All right, it sounds like Ed is not with us yet. So Ed, if when you join the meeting, if you could call out so that I know you're here. Staff, when I call your name, please respond in the affirmative. Tim McInerney.
Tim McInerney, yes.
Rebecca Meakin.
Rebecca Meakin's here.
So now our anticipated speakers on the agenda, please respond in the affirmative. Ray Mead.
Ray's here.
Mark Donahue.
Present.
Nick Childs. I didn't quite hear you, Nick. I think you're you're muted. I'm sorry. I can see. Can you unmute yourself for a second, Nick?
Giles present.
Okay. Pam Reardon.
Present.
Candy LaValle.
Here.
Chris McGoldrick.
Chris McGoldrick present.
Paul Canoyer.
Paul Canoyer here.
Autumn Kubiak.
I am here.
Ginny Kramer.
I'm here.
Rob Aberg.
Aberg here. No video, sorry.
That's okay. Am I missing anybody? That's all I can see. I did just get a message from Ed. He thinks he's on the guest link. So,
I'll send him the link if you like.
okay, thank you. All right, Tim, Rebecca, am I missing any of the panelists?
Not that I can see right now. Becca, what do you think?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. Good evening. This open meeting of the Select Board is being conducted remotely, consistent with Governor Baker's executive order of March 12, 2020, due to the current state of emergency in the Commonwealth due to the outbreak of COVID-19 virus. In order to mitigate the transmission of the COVID-19 virus, we have been advised and directed by the Commonwealth to suspend public gatherings, and as such, the Governor's order suspends the requirement of the open meeting law to have all meetings in publicly accessible physical locations. Further, all members of public bodies are allowed and encouraged to participate remotely. The order, which you can find posted on the town's website at www.grafton-ma.gov, allows public bodies to meet entirely remotely as long as reasonable public access is afforded so that the public can follow along with the deliberations of that meeting. Ensuring public access does not ensure public participation unless such participation is required by law. This meeting will feature some public comment through the Q&A app. For this meeting of the Select Board is convening by Zoom conference as posted on the town's website, identifying how the public may join. Please note that this meeting is being recorded and that some attendees are participating by video conference. Accordingly, please aware that other folks may be able to see you, and take care not to screen share your computer. Anything you broadcast may be captured by the recording. All supporting materials have been provided. Members of this body are available on the town's website unless otherwise noted. The public is encouraged to follow along using the posted agenda unless I note otherwise. Meeting business ground rules. We are now turning to the first item on the agenda. Before we do so, permit me to cover some ground rules for effective and clear conduct of business and to ensure accurate meeting minutes. I will introduce each speaker on the agenda. After they conclude their remarks, the chair will go down the line of members, inviting each by name to provide any comment, question, or motions. Please hold until your name is called. Further, please remember to mute your phone or computer when you are not speaking. Please remember to speak clearly and in a way that helps generate accurate minutes. For any response, please wait until the chair yields the floor to you and state your name before speaking. If members wish to engage in colloquy with other members, please do so through the chair, taking care to identify yourself. For items with public comment, after members have spoken, the chair will afford public comment as follows. The chair will first read public comment questions received in advance of the meeting, followed by real-time board and/or applicant responses. Public comments during the meeting will be conducted through the chat feature in Zoom. The chair will read real-time comments questions typed by computer participants in the chat feature, followed by real-time board applicant responses. Finally, each vote taken in this meeting will be conducted by roll call. That's a lot to read for every meeting, but Ginny's here and she'd want us to do so. Oh, while I was reading it, now I see that, let me take attendance. Ed Prisby, are you present?
Yes.
Chief Crapo is also on a panelist. Chief,
Yes,
can you just, okay, thank you. All right,
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
I just want to make a comment that I just looked on the State Ethics Commission, and it says a public employee may not engage in political activity, whether election-related or non-election-related, on his public work time while acting in his official capacity or while in his official uniform in a public building. I brought this up during the executive session to Mr. Prisby, and I see he still has his campaign background.
I'm not campaigning, Donna. Those are pictures of my kids.
Has your campaign sign in the background. I just stated
Not
that. That's my
campaigning.
comment.
I'm not up for election. Thank you.
Doesn't matter.
Are you in Idaho? It's a nice picture.
all right. I'm going to start with the announcement. Our first item on the agenda are announcements. I just wanted to provide a general update. The town staff has been working really hard to adjust to our new normal. We are in very tough times right now. We've been having weekly meetings with the Board of Health. There have been many meetings to make sure the proper procedures are in place to protect the public and the staff. We're trying to figure out ways to conduct town business in a safe manner. You can still call. If you have questions, please call. An employee will get back to you depending on what your question is. The town website has updates. The press releases are on the left side. As always, social distancing, wash hands, follow the guidelines that we all been told lots about. It's a really trying time, so during this time I ask for your patience and kindness with everybody trying to do your job and our fellow citizens. I also have some other announcements. They're on my phone. I'm sorry, I have things everywhere. There's so much information, but the Grafton Food Bank is no longer accepting food donations, but is still in need of monetary donations as they're giving out grocery store gift cards to their clients. So if you can donate by visiting the food bank website at www.graftonfoodbank.org, that would be a big help again to help those people that need help right now. We want to remind residents that the brush dump remains closed. E.L. Harvey has also announced that for the safety of their drivers, they are suspending the bulk pickup items, sofas, mattresses, etc., for the rest of them for the next month. So just so people are aware of that. All right, I feel like I'm talking a lot, but we're going to move on to the public comment section of our agenda, which is a little bit different. Because we are remote, we wanted to give people the opportunity to make public comments. Normally, the public comments portion of our agenda is for things that are not on the agenda, but we did receive a lot of correspondence and letters, and people, the way we worded it in the agenda is that it will be read in public comments. So Peter, I hope you have a glass of water, something with you, because for the next bit, Peter is going to be really busy. He's going to read, we've had a ton of letters come in, and this is the time where Peter is going to read them into the record.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the Select Board, and panelists in the audience out there tonight. Please bear with me here. Any misrepresentation or miswording of any of the language is on me and me alone, and not reflective of my board. First letter up, Public Input Community Preservation Act funds from John Stevens to the Select Board. He says, I am writing to clarify how Community Preservation Act funds operate. Unfortunately, much of the information about CPA and CPC, that's projects that are being shared in various media, is inaccurate or incomplete. CPA funds come from a 1.5 surcharge on local property taxes and are supplemented annually by state matching funds. The Community Preservation Committee reviews project proposals and funding is approved by town meeting. CPA funds can only be used to fund affordable housing, historic preservation, and open space and recreational projects. CPA funds cannot be used to fund town operational expenses. CPA funds cannot be used to fund town capital projects to replace funds previously funded by a regular town fund. The CPA surcharge on residents' tax bills will remain the same regardless of whether a project is approved or rejected by town meeting. CPA funds can be used for temporary rental assistance, and CPC is working with the Affordable Housing Trust on this project. If citizens are interested in learning more about CPA, please attend the next CPC meeting scheduled for Thursday, April 23rd, 2020 at 7 p.m. Signed, John R. Stevens, Chair of the Community Preservation Committee. Okay. We received some commentary with regards to our TRICOM committee. This letter is from Lydia Bogar. Your joint meeting last night with the Finance Committee was a disgrace. Promoting the super park approaches the benchmark of taxation without representation. Seniors and others on a fixed income could lose their homes if this 2.5 override is passed. Read some World War II history if you want to know how to be leaders during a war. Be bipartisan and bring this town together. Your job is to take care of all of residents, regardless of age, gender, income, ethnicity, and religion. Start working on that. Please. I received also for just a message, also reading just in sync here, Jen, I apologize. Just we ask that folks entering comments in for public comment section include their addresses in the future and provide that for us going forward. Thank you, Joanne, for that. Public comment questions for Select Board. This is from Mark Johnson. Per the published FY 2021 budget, the town of Grafton currently has free cash account with a current balance of $1.83 million, a stabilization account with a current balance of $3.63 million, and an overlay reserve account balance of $385,000. I would request a response from each Select Board member on the following two topics. Topic 1, per page 34 of the FY 2021 budget, free cash is defined as free cash, also referred to as undesignated general fund balance, is surplus funds remaining from the operations of the previous fiscal year. Since this is a surplus funds from the previous year's operational budget, why can't these be used toward the FY 21 operational expenses such as our school department? Is there specific state law that prevents the use of any or a combination of the above accounts for upcoming FY 21 budget? Has any of these accounts been used for operational expenses in the past? Topic 2. Please refer to the FY21 budget, page 246. Free cash is being spent on a quantity of 3 DPW trucks, a quantity of 1 sewer department truck, a quantity of 1 council on aging van, a quantity of 1 fire department utility vehicle, and others. New palm scanners for police department, and new carpets, new tile, etc. at various schools. Do you agree that, given the current school budget crisis, the expenditures above is the best way to use of taxpayer dollars as education are to be laid off? Respectfully, Mark Johnson. Madam Chair, do you want me to read a reply of one of the members as a response to the correspondence, or may I omit that and just move on to the next piece?
Yeah, just move on, just to make sure everybody.
I'll just say, Mr. Prisby did respond to Mark. It will be in the record. I just for the sake of time, if everyone's okay, I'll just skip over that. And then Mr. Johnson did thank Mr. Prisby for a detailed response, and he does acknowledge and thanks all of the years on FinCom. You're an asset to this community. A point of clarification on my suggestion of diverting free cash to the operating budget. I'm suggesting to use that money to year to bridge an obvious gap. Okay. That's what I have for correspondence. The next pieces that I have are new business and questions and comments. Did you want me to wait on those, or would you like me to read those as well right now?
We've received a large amount of comments on the contract. Would you rather read those while we're talking about the contract?
I guess that's completely up to you, Madam Chair. I have no problem reading them now, or wait till that part of the agenda to get through some of these other components.
Okay. I think you can read them now. Let's just get them all out there.
All right. Okay. This message, emails from Dan Anderson. When I read the select board was finalizing the town administrator's new contract a year before it expires, I thought it was a joke in poor taste. Now I'm completely stunned. We are told that the town is in such financial distress that we need an override to even maintain our level of services. We are told that teachers will be let go, that our quality of schools will crater, etc. Yet here we are, watching the select board once again, twice in our 12 to 13 months, trying to give our existing town administrator a raise. A town administrator who has given poor grade by setting select board members a bit over a year ago. A town administrator who is widely criticized throughout town for his dubious handling of Grafton Historical Society. A town administrator who has such condescending opinion of local taxpayers that he said dismissively that we could afford to pay more taxes. We are voting to give that person another wage increase at a time when we are sending teachers to the unemployment line. We are not talking about a salary freeze or a salary cut for the teachers. We are eliminating them. But our dubious town administrator is getting a raise. I bet this will come into play in the next round of teacher salary negotiations. Now place this into context with everything that is happening. The town administrator gets another raise while teachers are being laid off. The town is in a financial crisis. Our super park has exploded to 2.5 million, assuming it comes in on budget, which we all know it isn't going to happen. The taxpayers are being asked to pony up even more money, and our economy is catering due to COVID-19. Teachers aren't the only ones losing their jobs, but let's give the TA a raise. Here's another idea. How about Tim take a pay cut to show his solidarity with Grafton and our financial situation? The sheer fact that we're even talking about this is mind-boggling. Watching our select board deal with Grafton's financial crisis is like watching the Ministry of Magic deal with Voldemort's return. So I have zero confidence that the select board will spend the override funds responsibly, especially since you are all trying to spend money during the crisis like a drunk Kardashian that just won the lottery. I will not be voting to give such inept decision makers and managers 1 cent more. As for the town administrator salary, I vote we increase it after we can run this town without an override, and right after we add camel rides to the super park. With all due respect, which at this point is very little, Dan Anderson. Question regards the town from Allison Kusher. If the town administrator gets more than a 2% cost of living increase, why aren't all employees getting the cost of living raises? Next question. This message is from David Kraus. To all select board members, I'm writing in support of approval of the employment contract for Tim McInerney. Before retiring, I worked for the Department of Public Works for 20 years. During my last 9 years as highway superintendent, I worked closely with Tim, and I can say without a doubt, Tim is one of the best town administrators I've worked with. I think it would be a disservice to this town if this board did not support him and approve his contract. Tim is a team player and supports not only the residents of this town, but the staff. I personally experienced his support of the highway department, which in the past seems to be the forgotten department. Tim has always put Grafton first. He's honest, hardworking, dedicated, and professional. I'm confident in saying that this town will move backwards if the board doesn't approve his contract and retain one of the strongest administrators you've had in a long time. I am in support of approving his contract tonight, signed David Kraus. This letter is from the Reverend Daniel Gregory to the Select Board. Dear Ms. Thomas, I wish to express my sincerest gratitude and appreciation for the ongoing work that our town administrator, Tim McInerney, has been doing on behalf of Grafton. In my 4 years as the minister of the Unitarian Universalist Society of Grafton, and most recently as a homeowner in town, I have had the pleasure to connect with Mr. McInerney in official functions, community-wide events, and doing business both personally and professionally. Mr. McInerney has been readily available to answer any questions, to offer guidance and advice on how to make the most of my experience in Grafton. He has willingly lent his support to worthwhile events in our community. Mr. McInerney was very gracious in visioning my congregation on more than one occasion. First to participate in my installation service, and later to share a story on leadership with our Sunday school. He was a featured speaker at the townwide Reading Frederick Douglass event in July, and he has been a ready ear to hear more mundane and prosaic affairs, such as concerns about traffic near our church building and what to do about parking on the common. All in all, I found Mr. McInerney to be an exemplary leader, ably negotiating what must be very challenging and under-resourced role of managing a small but complicated town administration. Despite the demands of his office, he manages to balance the needs of a diverse array of stakeholders and yet maintain a real physical presence, a sense of welcome, and a genuine interest in the people he is charged to serve. As the select board moves to consider extending Mr. McInerney's contract of employment, I hope very much that they will remember what a difference he has made in my life and in the life of our community. He is truly an asset to the town of Grafton. Sincerely, Daniel Gregory. Tracy Kaufman. Good evening, members of the Select Board. I'm writing to you on behalf of my many concerns I have regarding the new contract for our town administrator, Tim McInerney, and why his contract should be negotiated at this juncture of our fiscal crisis in Grafton. At this time, as you can imagine, we are seeking an override for our schools in the amount of approximately $2.4 million to cover the cost of our schools' fire funding over the course of the next 3 years, which doesn't even cover the loss of teachers that we will lose over the coming years. This is our number one concern right now. In addition to be considering this contract negotiation at this time, when there will be more pressing matters at hand, such as the health and wellness of our townspeople and the financial well-being of our own community, should be at the forefront, not to a town administrator. We need to do better for the town of Grafton. We need to take care of what needs to be addressed first and foremost, and then we can address the renewal of Tim's contract. This isn't the time to do this. Respectfully, Tracy Kaufman. Letter from Paul Scarlett. Dear Select Board members, I'm writing to express my strong support for extending Tim McInerney's employment agreement with the Grafton's town administrator. Having been closely involved with our town government for quite a few years, I've witnessed firsthand the positive impact he has had in this community. Tim has worked diligently and successfully to mind a myriad of ways for our municipal government to be more efficient while maintaining town services at the level we all expect. Under his leadership, the town's financial rating has dramatically improved, allowing the town to take advantage of more favorable bonding terms that would have otherwise been available. These are but two examples of the many ways that Tim has made a profound impact. In short, he has done an admirable job as our town administrator and more than deserving of another 4 years in that role. With many uncertainties we must face at this time due to COVID-19, it is more important than ever that we have continuity in our town administrator. Thank you for your kind consideration. Received a message from Sally Burke. Good afternoon. I just saw information that indicated that the Board of Selectmen will be discussing the town administrator's contract at the next meeting. As a taxpayer, I find this baffling and highly disappointing. Please help me understand why this keeps coming up. Why does this need to be addressed now? What would we do if our teachers and our police officers chief asked us to renew their contract well before it ended? It must also be mentioned that this is the worst possible time for this given financial challenges facing the town. Someone did not accurately portray our town financials over the past 5 years, and while I not hold one single person accountable, the TA should have known that things were not as solid as they were. In the private sector, he would be held accountable for what he knew and did not disclose. Add in the pandemic. At a time when the private sector are becoming unemployed by record numbers, and some are lucky enough to only take up to a 35% pay cut, the BOS feels this is the time to renew a contract with a full year remaining. I find it completely reckless. Please, I implore you to drop this place and place your time where it should be placed. The financial challenges facing our town and specifically our schools. Sincerely, Sally Burke. Next message from Anne Marie Foley. I am in writing in support of our town administrator, Tim McInerney, who has been effective manager for the town of Grafton for over 11 years. Tim is honest, approachable, and consistent. He is well versed in the town finances and departments he manages. I have found him to be extremely professional in his role. He remains neutral when faced with polarizing issues. I feel that he is strongly committed to this community, and we are fortunate to have his level of expertise to guide the town. I have had many positive encounters with Tim, and he has taken the time to hear my concerns on many occasions. I have lived in Grafton for almost 30 years and have worked with previous town administrators over the time, and I find Tim to be unrivaled in his competence in his role. He respects our town's traditions while planning for our town's future. I would like to see the board extend Tim's contract and compensate him in a way that is consistent with his excellent performance. Thank you in advance for your consideration. Sincerely, Anne Marie Foley. Letter submitted by Craig Dauphiné. Dear former members of the Selectmen, you have an important decision before you tonight, the contract renewal for our town administrator, Tim McInerney. I want to start by wishing Tim McInerney a happy anniversary. Tim's first contract as our town administrator was officially signed 11 years ago today. Congratulations to Tim and his family. I was a member of the Board of Selectmen the day we hired Tim, and now looking back at my 12 years of service on the board, I can honestly say hiring Tim was one of the best, most important decisions we made as a board. We are fortunate to have a high-quality, experienced, knowledgeable professional leading our community. Tim is a dedicated, hardworking, trustworthy town administrator, and we should be doing everything in our power to keep him in the role of as Grafton town administrator. The high level of service our 15 town departments provide to our residents are a testament to the great team he has assembled and the leadership that Tim provides. Select Board, in front of you is a man who's dedicated the last decade plus to our town, moved his family here, and has too many accomplishments to list. Decisions that have helped Grafton make a wonderful community to live in. There are 11 years of excellent annual performance evaluations and reviews from 13 different former Board of Selectmen members to support my statement. Those evaluations speak to Tim's talent, character, dedication to the job of our town. I urge the Select Board to offer unanimous support of the renewal of Town Administrator Tim McInerney's contract and make for a smart decision to keep him here in this capacity. We couldn't ask for a better person for the job. I hope you and your families are safe and healthy during this difficult time. Thanks for all your services to your great community. Sincerely, Craig Dauphiné. Next up, a letter from Donald Clark. To the Select Board, Town Administrator Tim McInerney has done a great job of handling Grafton finances for more than a decade. He's ensured economical financing for many new municipal and school buildings and found efficiencies in municipal staffing and operations wherever possible, keeping taxes as low as possible considering all the town has grown and all it has built. Now we are facing the fallout from the coronavirus and what it will mean for our town finances in the future. I said uncertainty with a town administrator who has a firm grasp on Grafton and all its parts that someone who may never had stepped foot here. Extend Tim McInerney's contract. Sincerely, Donald. Letter from Bob Foley. Dear members of the Grafton Select Board, my name is Bob Foley. I live at 45 South Street. I was on the Finance Committee for about 10 years. During my time, I had the experience with Tim McInerney and two previous town manager administrators. Mr. McInerney distinguished himself right away. Tim's positive impact on the town was felt immediately upon his hiring. The consistency and knowledge Tim brings is paramount to the continued success of our town. Thank you for your consideration. Sincerely, Bob Foley. Next one up is from Elizabeth Anderson Spinney. Regardless of the regarding the discussion at the Select Board meeting on April 7, 2020, please confirm when the TA's contract is set to expire. Comment on why the select board is making it a priority to negotiate and renew the TA's contract now, and include whether the proposed new contract contains any salary increases or other added benefits during the term of the contract, including the amount or value of such increase in benefits, if any. Okay. This letter from Eric Swenson. Dear Grafton Select Board, I am a member of the Grafton Finance Committee, but I speak for myself in this letter. I'm writing to voice my opposition to renewing the TA's contract before the upcoming municipal elections. Please note that I'm not voicing an opinion on the bigger question of whether to renew this contract or not. Instead, I'm simply asking the Select Board to table any votes on renewal until after the voters are able to make their voices heard in the spring election. After the election, the board could be exactly the same, or it could have a 40% turnover. It would not be right for the current select board to vote yes or no in an extension this close to the election, whether that's in May or June, given the COVID-19 restrictions. If the select board votes yes to renew over half a year before the contract expires, the post-election select board will have a TA with a new and likely long-term contract that potentially up to 40% of the members had no say in. If the select board votes no before the election, the TA decides to look for another job and possibly leave again, potentially up to 40% of the members would not have any chance to try to retain him. Neither option will give voters confidence. To respect the will of the voters and the prerogative of the post-election select board, I ask the current select board to table the TA's contract renewal vote until after the election. If this is done, the town will be better for it, knowing with confidence that those in office for 2, 1 more years can make their choice. So thank you, Eric Swenson. Letter from John Stevens. I'm writing to support the extension of Town Administrator Tim McInerney's contract. I've worked with Tim as a part-time staff member as well as a committee chairman for over 10 years. Tim was hired when Grafton was in a period of transition at the Municipal Center. He was able to right the ship, lead the town into a decade of municipal growth and accomplishment using solid, conservative financial thought and decision-making. At a time when the town, Commonwealth, and the nation were facing financial uncertainty, it only makes sense to extend Tim's contract as he has proven himself to be an excellent leader handling the town's finances. By extending Tim's contract now, it ensures continued strong financial leadership in the fallout of the COVID-19 crisis. Sincerely, John Stevens. Letter from Chantel Kimball. Dear Select Board members, I hope you're all safe and healthy during these crazy and unprecedented times. Having watched the April 6th Tri-Board meeting and the March 24th Select Board meeting, and having reviewed the agenda for the April 7th Select Board meeting, I am quite frankly thoroughly confused about the priorities of our town leadership, more specifically, your priorities. The COVID-19 crisis and the health, safety, and security of our citizens should be our priority, period. Hard stop. When you met on March 24th, you indicated that you were not ready to discuss the wording of warrant articles related to town's much needed override because there were too many unknowns. Everyone's financial security was too uncertain. For some unclear reason, you felt you needed to speak to the school committee again, and it was very unclear if, how, and when town meeting would ever go forward. This was reiterated on April 6th. There was too much uncertainty on March 24th to move forward with the original override numbers as previously discussed and voted upon. None of these factors seem to raise the same misgivings when a short time later, Jennifer Thomas and the majority of the Community Preservation Committee determined that the next priority of our CPC fund should be a $2.6 million playground. This would seem unrelated since Grafton's Disneyland is not technically an item on the April 7th agenda, but it is, in fact, fairly tightly linked to the glaring omission from said agenda. In addition to recreation, open space, and historical preservation, CPC funds can also be used for affordable housing. This potentially includes rent assistance for residents who have been financially impacted by COVID-19. In the face of a financial crisis, this seems pretty important. If our residents' financial security 2 weeks ago was such an emergency that you couldn't bear to purpose wording for a warrant article related to a tax increase, it would seem that availability of funds that might help some of our neediest residents would be important enough to make it onto the April 7th agenda. It is shocking to me that the members of the Select Board are currently poised to sell out residents in favor of a flashy playground with a zip line and splash pad. Neglecting to discuss the potential uses for CPC funds as emergency assistance in the face of a financial crisis in a direct conflict with your earlier statements purporting to respect the financial needs of our residents in these uncertain times. There is another item on the April 7th agenda that is in direct conflict with your previously asserted sensitivity for our collective financial insecurity. This item is the early renewal of the town administrator's contract. As discussed on March 24th and reiterated on April 6th, there was no need to rush or formalize wording of a warrant article that was not due until April 13th. And realistically, probably later than that, given the likelihood that town meeting and town elections will be pushed out. It is my understanding that the TA's contract is not up for renewal until well into 2021, and that you only owe the TA a vote on his contract 6 months in advance to the expiration date. It is my understanding that discussion of his contract could be held as late as early as September and still be within advance of our obligation. If there was no rush to finalize a warrant article 3 weeks in advance of its due date, then why is there a rush to finalize the contract 5 months ahead of its due date? It is very concerning to me that with all the uncertainty in the air and with the most ordinary businesses on hold indefinitely, that the renewal of his contract is already on the agenda. It completely conflicts with your previously stated concerns for the financial insecurity of your constituents to now say that you have a critical and urgent responsibility to grant job security to exactly one Grafton resident through the year 2024. The only thing that has changed from a financial perspective since March 24th meeting is that everyone's financial picture is darker, and that both public safety and education, two pillars critical to maintaining stability for residents, would clearly take a catastrophic hit without additional revenue. In spite of that clarity, this select board has refused to demonstrate any leadership, and it has instead kept asking the same people the same question in hopes of different answers. Here, what is clear. Putting a $2.6 million park onto a warrant is in direct conflict with the accurate message that the town is strapped and needs an override, particularly when it makes use of funds that are clearly needed elsewhere. Renewing the TA's contract this far in advance of its expiration completely contradicts all of the previous messaging about the importance of taking your time, given how uncertain our current financial picture is. It is time to stop asking the TA, the school committee, and the finance committee to try to find another way. There isn't another way. We need an override, and you need to demonstrate the required balance of leadership and compassion in order to help get it passed. It really boils down to one question. Are you committed to prioritizing education and public safety or not? Sincerely, Chantel. The next one up is from Melissa Anderson. Hello, I'd like to enter my opposition and displeasure with the top of extending the TA's contract, presumably with a pay raise even before getting to that point. The very fact that this is being brought up now several months early and without even providing the contract to the public in advance reeks of dirty politics through and through. Moving past the beyond questionable timeline acceleration, our town has been pulled down into financial crisis, and the only ones accountable for this are town leaders. There are no logical support for rewarding the town administrator that we are in these financial straits. If I cause my company a significant financial hardship, would I get a raise or would I get a contract extension? Most certainly not. In fact, I'd probably likely even keep my job. The result of this financial mismanagement is a proposed override, which will further burden the residents, but this tactic is nothing new. Rinse and repeat. How can anyone seriously say to residents, we've squandered your money, but let's extend and give a raise to the TA as thanks for that? Really? The budget debates often move to the point of listing what will be cut and posing the question of, well, then what would you cut instead? The answer is clear. Town salaries like the TA who are directly responsible. To link it directly to the budget debate, how many teachers can be helped with this pay raise? And then overlay this onto the personal financial crisis being felt by so many resulting from COVID-19 and how insulting it is to even propose this under the ongoing conditions. Furthermore, I am stunned that this is even on the table after hearing the TA's proposal that other town salaries be frozen. This is very inappropriateness of this is staggering on so many levels. Thank you, Melissa Anderson. Next letter up is from Marianne DeVries. This letter is written in my capacity of the MRC of Greater Grafton Unit Coordinator, a dedicated employee of the town of Grafton for over 20 years and a resident of Grafton for over 30 years. My experience working with Tim McInerney has been extremely positive, most recently with the COVID-19 pandemic. Tim has displayed his leadership qualities. I've sent him work tirelessly making sure the employees for the town of Grafton are staying healthy and at the same time keeping the town operational. I've seen firsthand his continued collaboration working with all town departments, either through conference calls or emails. I have witnessed his real concern for the safety of seniors and all residents, working with the Senior Center Director, Board of Health, and the Assessor's Office to get accurate information and resources out in mass mailings about COVID-19 pandemic. This is a very difficult time for everyone, and the next couple of weeks, months, maybe years will be ambiguous. Now is the time to work together to get through this uncertainty. Tim has shown that he is committed. Although we have to make very tough decisions, he will do what is fiscally right for Grafton. Respectfully submitted, Marianne. Next letter up is from Ray Mead. To all, when trying to decide whether to give Tim a contract tonight, I would like you to think about the job, the person, in the town. The career of being a town administrator is a thankless job. Very rarely do towns hold on to good administrators for more than 10 years. I have served in one or more capacities with every town administrator that the town has had. I have told each of them that I don't understand why they do this job. Every year you have one or more new bosses that you need to work with. The criticism is unbelievable, and with social media and all the people behind the scenes who know how to do the job a lot better. It's a wonder why anyone would want to do this work. This is not a 9-to-5 job, and it takes a heavy toll on people in this position. I met Tim soon after he first arrived. He appeared to me a little green around the ears and might easily be persuaded. What I found out was that we hired a young guy with the enthusiasm to do a good job. He proved that by putting together budgets for 12 years that were balanced and fair to everyone. Did all departments get what they wanted? No, but the residents of this town got a well-managed budget and a great organization. Some people might not think or realize that but we are getting a deal with Tim. If you look around at other cities and towns, they are now paying town administrators and managers in the $200,000 and up range. The job is worth it. The town has benefited from Tim being our town administrator in many ways. He watches every penny and amazingly comes up with the revenue sources to balance the budget every year. He works well with the school department and other departments. We have built more new facilities during Tim's time on the job than ever before. We are fixing our roads. We are making sure our school systems are running well within the money that they need. We have a future development and land projects that will bring us new growth in the future. Members of the board, I encourage you to approve the new contract for Tim and let him and his staff continue with the good work and progress that they have made in the last 12 years. The town deserves a town administrator like Tim. Okay. This letter is from Sargon Hannah. Dear Select Board, I would like to offer my comments on the agenda item regarding the vote to approve the Town Administrator's 2020-2024 employment agreement. I implore you to vote in favor of approving the agreement. As you know, we are facing many challenging decisions with our budget and override vote, not to mention the COVID-19 pandemic that has presented many challenges for people and economies across the globe. Now more than ever, we need a proven leader in stability, which Tim McInerney can provide. Tim possesses the institutional knowledge and operational mindset to effectively do the job. As a former select board member and current business owner in Grafton, I work closely with Tim and he believes he's a valuable asset to Grafton. He's a proven leader who listens to others and collaborates to find solutions. I hope to take time away from work to be able to join the meeting tonight to reiterate these points. Thank you for your time and consideration. Sincerely, Sargon Hannah. Letter from Sally Burke. Good morning. Yesterday, I sent an email to the Board of Selectmen indicating my disappointment with the fact that the town administrator's contract renewal will be considered 1 year before it expires. I don't know if this will be read at the meeting tonight, but I would like one question addressed at the 4/6/20 meeting. Please explain to me if the review of the town administrator's contract 1 year before expiration is customary. What is the process for this? Has it ever been done before? And specifically, I would like to know who asked for it to be on the agenda for renewal. Was it the request of the TA or a select board member or members? As a taxpayer and active voter in the town, I believe I deserve to know the answer to that. Sincerely, Sally Burke. Letter from Robert Berger. Dear members of the Grafton Select Board, my name is Robert S. Berger. I am the Inspector of Buildings for the town of Grafton. I have resided in Grafton for over 35 years and I've worked for the town since 2001. I have been the Inspector of Buildings since 2004, reporting to 4 or 5 town administrators. Of all of them, Tim McInerney is best. In my opinion, is the best of class for this position. Over the years that Mr. McInerney and I have worked together, we have faced many challenges together. Some of those challenges involve decisions that I have made, which in my view, were necessary to protect the lives and property of our residents and to comply with our state buildings and codes and zoning bylaws. Mr. McInerney always treated these issues with a high level of intelligence and professional judgment, sometimes siding with me and sometimes disagreeing with me. Some of the issues involved were very heated and with parties subject to my decisions and with some issues resulting in litigation. Through it all, I knew I could always count on Mr. McInerney to make decisions, including as my direct supervisor, to do the thing that he felt was best for the municipality. In sum, I trust Mr. McInerney to protect the town of Grafton and to work diligently, as he has done in the past, to keep Grafton moving in the right direction. For these reasons, and many more that I could describe in person, I highly recommend extending Mr. McInerney's contract as town administrator. Sincerely, Ron Berger. Madam Chair, that concludes the letter reading. I want to thank everybody for staying tuned, and I didn't lose my voice.
Mr. Carlson. We do have a couple of comments or questions under Q&A, so I just want to take care of that real quick. Terry Turgeon of 17 Nelson Street asked, will we be taking public comment during the discussion of the override and the playground discussion? There's not a playground discussion on the agenda, but we will be talking about the override later on in the agenda. And just like everything else on the agenda, comments can come in. The next one is also from Terry. I'm sorry. Did somebody say something?
Yeah, it was terrible.
Hold on. Can you hear me?
I'm having a hard time hearing you, Jen. I don't know if it's just me.
Is this
Not
better?
great. That's better.
Okay. Am I the feedback? Oh boy. Okay. Let me read the other quick questions. Terry Turgeon, 17 Nelson Street. Well, I appreciate reading the record of the correspondence. Why is this such a focus now? Again, we're doing it because all of the public comments had come in to us and we had listed on the agenda that we would do it that way. Also from Terry Turgeon, 17 Nelson Street. Thank you, Ray Mead. It is a thankless job and he won't ever make anybody happy. And then Eric Swenson is telling me there's an echo. So I will try to figure that out while we move to the next part of our agenda.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
quick question for you. I have a question about some of the letters that were read relative to the town administrator support. Would you prefer me to take that up now, or do you want to wait until we get to that portion of the agenda?
You had correspondence come through our official.
No, I have a question concerning the correspondence.
Could they ask that question through the Q&A?
Through what Q&A are we talking about?
The Q&A
No,
function?
I myself have a question, not through the Q&A.
Oh, okay. Well, normally when we do the public comment, it's just public comment. We don't do any discussion after. So if you can wait till later, that would be.
That's fine.
Madam Chair, I just have one point. It has to do with just replying to the Zoom chat. I made this mistake yesterday. You have to make sure you say to all panelists and attendees if you want everyone to see any responses.
I'm sorry, can you say that one more time, Peter?
Of course. Yeah, when replying in the Zoom webinar chat, I did this yesterday and I was told that for everyone to see it, you need to make sure that where it says the to, it says all panelists and attendees that are in the Zoom webinar. Otherwise, it just goes to the panelists, the 18 panelists that you have listed, not to the other 65 attendees.
Okay. Becca is my technical support here.
Hi, Jen, I'm here. Yeah, so I think Peter's just saying if you were to type a response into the chat, which is on the right-hand side of the screen,
Right.
you would need to click in the box next to where it says to, click on that box that's highlighted and make sure you push to all panelists and attendees.
Okay. Okay. All right. We have another comment that my audio has gone south from Bob Hassinger. Is it still bad? No. Okay. Let's move on. Let somebody else talk in case my audio is bad. The first item on the agenda, we have a public hearing for a poll at 155 George Hill Road. Peter, you get to read something again.
1 second, please. Thank you. Okay, public hearing for 155 George Hill Road. Madam Chair, let me see here. Legal notice. Select Board will hold a public hearing on the request of National Grid to locate poles, wires, and fixtures, including the necessary sustaining and protecting fixtures along and across the following public way: George Hill Road. Install one joint-owned pole on George Hill Road beginning at a point approximately 1,065 feet north of the center line of the intersection of Leland Street and continuing approximately 20 feet in the easterly direction. National Grid is installing a 40 C2 pole as a junction pole for the new solar facility located at 155 George Hill Road, and to lay and maintain underground lateral cables and wires in the above intersecting public ways for the purpose of making connections with such poles and buildings as each of said petitioners may desire for distributing purposes. The public hearing will take place via Zoom webinar on Tuesday, April 7, 2020. The Select Board meeting begins at 7 p.m. The purpose of this hearing is to provide an opportunity for the public comment. Anyone wishing to attend may attend. Grafton Select Board. Madam Chair.
Yes.
I move the board vote to open a public hearing for 155 George Hill Road petition for National Grid.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none by roll call.
Carlson, aye.
Fazio, aye.
Donna and Ed?
Stock eye.
Frisbee, aye.
Okay, we are open. We are now open. The public hearing is open. So we have, I know Paul Knoyer is here. We have, is someone here from National Grid? Is that Autumn?
Yes, Autumn Kubiak.
So I'll turn the floor over to you.
Okay, Autumn Kubiak from National Grid. We're petitioning for a new pole. This pole is going to be located by 155 George Hill Road for the new solar farm that's going in. It's going to be between existing poles, pole 8 and pole 9. We're doing a new pole in order to avoid an aerial trespass and to avoid having to remove any trees.
Does anybody have any questions for Autumn?
Jen, Tim McInerney.
Yes, go ahead.
I was just asked if you would ask Becca maybe to share the map of where this pole location is. Can people hear me okay? Okay. So if we can allow Becca to share the map so Autumn can point out the pole that's going to be added to the street line. It was reviewed by both Brian and Paul in the field, and they have no issues with traffic or other obstructions. But it might be helpful for the board and anybody who's attending from the public that might have a question of the particular location.
Okay. Becca, can you put up the map? Okay.
Are people able to see that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions for Autumn or Paul?
Madam Chair, this is Peter. If Ms. Kubiak can just explain on this map what pole precisely and what the location is for people to see.
Yes, so the existing pole, pole 9, is that top pole, the top dot that you see on the screen. Then there is pole 8-50. That is going to be the brand new pole. That's the one that's right in the center. And then pole 8 is also an existing pole. That's the one that is, it's the third dot down. So it's it's going to be in the public right away, but bordering the property of 155 George Hill Road.
Okay. Any further questions? I'm gonna, with the screen sharing, I cannot see, so I'm trying to figure out how I can see everybody. Anybody, if have any questions? Let me check the Q&A. Oh, to see if there's any questions from the public. Okay, so we have a question from Justin Wood, 5 Garden Street. How many poles are being installed? How many feet of underground conduit, if any? Will the road be blocked during the work? How long will the work take to commence? And on what estimate of the date would work begin?
Okay. Currently, there is no underground installed as part of this portion of the job. If there is going to be any underground, that's going to be handled later on. As far as scheduling goes, a different department handles that, so I can't answer that question. It's only going to be 1 pole currently in the public right away along the road. The overhead department will handle road closures. If needed, they will have a police detail, and if the road won't be completely closed, they would just have half the road closed. They wouldn't need much more room for the trucks and to actually operate the auger in order to install the pole.
Okay.
Did that answer your question?
The question came in via group, so I believe that it answered my question. Paul, did you have something to say? I thought I did.
Jen, it usually takes, a few hours to set the pole. It's in line with the other poles. There's a swale on one side of it. There's no driveways in the area. Most of the work is off the road, so it shouldn't take them very long at all. So the road shouldn't be closed. And it'd say usually would be only a few hours to set the whole thing.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right. Do I have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
We got to do it by roll call. So, Mr. Carlson, you're muted.
Carlson, aye.
Stock eye.
Fazio,
Aye.
aye.
All right, thank you. The motion to close the public hearing has passed. Do I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I move the board vote to approve poll petition as presented for 155 George Hill Road.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor by roll call?
Carlson, aye.
Stock eye.
Frisbee, aye.
All right, motion is carried. Thank you, Autumn, for coming in.
Thank you and have a good night.
You too. Stay safe.
You too.
All right, next on the agenda, sorry, I'm sorry, vote to extend the contract for 1 year with J.H. Lynch and Funds for Liquid Asphalt. Tim or Becca, do you want to set us up?
Yeah, just quickly, we have a contract with Lynch. It'll expire on the 30th. And we want to extend it for 1 year, which was allowed when we went out to bid for this. There's not much of a price differential. The difference comes in the liquid asphalt price, which is tied to an index, which is published on the Mass DOT website. So based on the fluctuation in the oil markets, we could pay less per ton. I know that last sentence is a little confusing, but it's basically tied to that index, so that's a moving target. So we want to move forward for a lot of reasons, because Route 30 is a long stretch of road, and we want a contractor that we've worked with in the past that we can trust to get the work done expeditiously as possible. So that's why we want to extend with Lynch at this point.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Carlson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tim, can you tell us remind me again, what's the funding mechanism for this contract?
There's really two pieces. Well, for Route 30, there's probably 5. Paul can attest we're trying to cobble together all the players relative to repairing and fixing that road. But short answer is Chapter 90, your stabilization account, and then at times it would be general operational revenue that would be used for some of the work and the asphalt that they do. But those are the 3 major ones.
Madam Chair, just one clarification for Mr. McInerney. You said Chapter 90 stabilization account. Are you talking about Chapter 90 funds plus the road improvement stabilization account?
Yeah, 3 things. I'm sorry if I ran them all together. The road stabilization account.
Yeah.
Chapter 90, general fund. So those 3 things, those are the primary funding mechanisms.
Madam Chair, I move the board vote to extend the contract with J.H. Lynch and Sons for liquid asphalt for more than 1 year, with the contract now to expire on April 30th, 2021.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
I do, Madam Chair. Tim, is this contract okay if we just authorize the chair to sign on behalf of the select board?
Yeah, I believe it will be, because it's going to be difficult to collect signatures, but you are going to have to sign some things. If we get through this whole meeting, there'll be a number of documents that we'll have to arrange scheduling in for have you to come in and sign, like the warrant for the election and so forth. So yes, short answer is yes. The document itself right now is not set up just for the chair to sign, but we can always attach that part of the meeting minutes to the document if you so chose.
Do I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I'd like to reconsider my motion. I move the board vote to extend the contract with J.H. Lynch and Sons for liquid asphalt for 1 year or more, with the contract now to expire on April 30th, and authorize the chair to sign on behalf of the select board.
Will the original second?
Second.
Okay. Right, I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, by roll call.
Carlson, aye.
Fazio, aye.
Frisbee, aye.
Thomas, aye. Motion is carried. Next, we're going to vote to extend the contract with Coughlin Network Servicing for professional IT services through June 2021.
So we have a contract with Coughlin. They do all of our IT stuff. They do a lot of work remotely. They come in on Wednesdays. Obviously, they haven't been here recent, but they were instrumental in getting us underway to work remotely for most of our staff with COVID-19. So we have an opportunity to extend to June 30, 2021. We did reach out to the IT committee, at least to the chair, to Dave Robbins, who had no concerns with us, kind of cramming a contract into a short window. So that's, it seems to be supported by Dave to keep Coughlin. I certainly wouldn't recommend Coughlin if I didn't think that they're providing a great service at a great price, supporting, 75 PCs and 6 servers, give or take. Technical support has been very, very good. So we want to move forward with the Coughlin Network Services Group for our IT support. And Becca has detail on if you want to talk about the budget and the number, she can cover that detail. I don't have it in front of me, unfortunately.
We do have a question coming from Justin Wood, 5 Garden Street. What services specifically do they provide for the town? Is it all website hosting, maintenance, on-site support of equipment, phone support, and finally training material for town staff?
This is Tim. You can hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, the website is a totally separate entity. So they provide equipment support, updates, patching, deployment, virtual machines, backup, redundancy. They're a complete IT solution with the exception of the web piece, which is handled by Virtual Town Hall, which is now Civic Plus, I believe.
Any further questions?
Madam Chair, just Tim, I would strongly have them reconsider the minimum standards required for services, part 1. There's a component in there that's been deprecated now for well over a year in Windows 2000 Server. I'm just saying if they're providing us with support, it should have more current language in there. So just a point of clarification on this contract, but I'm okay with just the coverage and what they provide.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? All right, Mr. Carlson.
Madam Chair, I move the board vote to extend the contract with Coughlin Network Services Professional IT Services for 1 more year, with contract now to expire on June 30th, 2021, and authorize the chair to sign on behalf of the select board.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none by, oh wait, I gotta keep checking my question and my question. Oh, Justin said that fully answered my question, thank you. So any further discussion? Hearing none by roll call?
Carlson, aye.
DeFazio.
Thomas, aye. The motion has carried. I do have another question I just want to address. We did seem to have missed, there was a letter that was sent in that did not come through our assistant. It came to us directly. So when she compiled everything for you, Mr. Carlson, we missed one. So it's the letter from Angela. Let me see. From Angie Correa, 11 Christopher Drive. So when we get to the contract, if you can look in your email before we get there so that we can read it at that point, that would be great. Okay. Next item on the agenda is a presentation of a concept plan for a friendly 40B on Centec Boulevard, owned by Worcester Business Development Corporation and by Mark Donahue, Fletcher and Tilton. So welcome, Mark is here. And Tim, did you want to set it up or go straight to Mark?
Yeah, I'm hoping you'll allow us to let Becca share a map of the area on Route 30, because this will be the last, well, let me see if you'll allow that and then I'll go on.
Yes, please share the map.
So if you can see this, Mark Donahue, who's on the call, was instrumental in helping us broker the deal with UPS, which you see at the left side of the screen. Hopefully we won't yell at him too much relative to why they haven't started construction on UPS, because he's just a lawyer that made it happen. He can't make it get built. So we won't beat him up too much on that particular point. But this parcel that's in blue on Millennial Drive behind the MBTA parking lot has been with WBDC since the start, when WBDC got all this land. This is the last parcel to be sold. Becca did a good job of kind of condensing this area, and it's really been our focus point in terms of economic development and redevelopment of the state hospital for housing and commercial mixed use. And we've done a number of studies around Centec Park, Centec Boulevard, and Mark, we had a conference call with him and development team meeting relative to a friendly 40B. And he'll talk about the particulars about how this will lay out and how many units we could potentially get and when they might want to start. But everybody knows what a friendly 40B is. It's a 40B that has to support our local initiative program through the Board of Selectmen. So we involved Chris McGoldrick, who's our new town planner. We had him look at the studies that have been done in this area to see what the complementary use is and how that fits into this particular park. Housing is never the first thing that you want to put in, or that, you know, from an economic development standpoint, it doesn't diversify the tax base enough. But if you look at this area in totality relative to the Afonso development, Nature's Remedy, the Science Park, the Mass Development Land, UPS, and then 8 Pine Street, you have the coming together of a community or a village inside of this transit village oriented development that we've been talking about and striving for and studying and trying to promote for a long time. And a lot of it is coming together because people have signed on the dotted line, the state's given up land to the appropriate agencies to get marketed for the state land at the bottom of the screen, which is the state of Mass. So holistically, it's coming together. So I just wanted to kind of preface this with, you know, it will take a collaborative effort with the select board and Mark and the WBDC to do this and to embrace it. So obviously no decisions can be made without the select board, but we wanted to have Mark come in, talk about the concept and what the investment will be, how many units there would be, how it would go towards our SHR index, and how it would be a complementary use for the area in terms of development, with the whole idea of the whole area of Route 30 being redeveloped for a mixed-use transit-oriented development. So with that, I'll let Mark from Fletcher Tilton talk to you in more detail.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you, members of the Board of Selectmen. Mark Donahue from Fletcher Tilton. I represent Barry Lundgren, who is a local businessman and also a developer of commercial real estate here in Worcester County. And he is, I believe, on the phone this evening. As Tim indicated, Mr. Lundgren has entered into an agreement with the Worcester Business Development Corporation to acquire the last tract that WBDC owns in the original Centec Park, which is shown on the plan in front of you as the highlighted site. That site is approximately 9.5 acres in size. It is a challenge site from a development viewpoint in that it has some steep grades, it has some significant portions of ledge that are present, and it has some wetlands as one moves down toward the MBTA lot that it abuts in some fashion. There has been some very initial design done with some of the historical information that WBDC had with regard to this. And Mr. Lundgren's development team is focused on a site that works for approximately 175 to 200 residential rental units. Those would be predominantly studio and 1-bedroom units. They would be targeting, obviously, individuals who would like the site because of its proximity to the MBTA station and also its proximity to some of the other amenities in the particular area as far as closest to employment are concerned. So what we seek to do is to work with the Board of Selectmen to craft an application to the state for a local initiative program to be able to proceed under Chapter 40B so that this development would be an affordable development, so that 25% of the units would be set aside for individuals hitting a certain level of the area median income as determined by the census. Because of the density of the site that we would anticipate and the rental nature of it, all of the units would count toward the town's housing inventory of affordable units for valuation moving forward. We are very, very early in the process. In fact, we're even reticent to try to even show any type of rendering or schematic plan because it's just too early to really roll up our sleeves. But we did want to come in and talk to you first because Mr. Lundgren's interest in pursuing the site is really only if the town is willing to support the effort to build affordable housing in this location with him. We understand the burden will fall upon Mr. Lundgren to meet all sorts of concerns about the development relative to traffic, connectivity to the MBTA, appropriate site design, everything else. And we certainly accept that and are not looking to circumvent that process in any fashion. One of the things that attracted Mr. Lundgren to the site is the awareness that you have had a study done, the North Grafton Transit Village Strategic Plan, fairly recently, that looked at this entire corridor from a master planning viewpoint. And that report, which we've had a chance to take a look at, talks about the consistency, we believe, of this development with those efforts. It promotes moderate density residential development. It promotes a mix of uses. While we don't propose presently any mixed use on the site per se, it is a fact, and I think Tim mentioned it in his immediate comments, that the success or the likelihood of mixed use follows residential density. People go to sell goods where people already are. And so this becomes a linchpin in having the active type of mixed use that the strategic plan talks about. The availability of rental units at a different price point than otherwise available is also consistent with your 2018 housing production plan, which indicated a critical need for additional rental units to be able to be built. We think the site does afford some unique opportunities to foster the overall development of the transit village. The site does abut, as you can see, the MBTA parking area. We have not yet had any discussion with the MBTA, but we are certainly contemplating very vibrant connectivity between the site, if for no other reason than pedestrian use. And we have charged, or Mr. Lundgren has charged the development team to look at the possibility of creating shared parking or excess parking on the site that could be utilized by people who are interested in the train station and the parking needs that are there that are well known to all of you. The possibility of, as part of that, building some sort of more transient type of service amenity to help those who are using the train station and the residents, such as infrastructure to support a food truck, or what is being seen now is the expansion of container type of facilities, are things that the development team has on the agenda to see if there's a way to be able to do that. And we'll certainly be in discussion with the MBTA, and Mr. McInerney has offered his assistance to be able to make sure those lines of communication are open. So it is really at a conceptual point. Mr. Lundgren is not in the business of fighting fights where he is not wanted. But if the town has an interest in expanding its affordable housing through a rental development in this area, we would welcome the opportunity to work with you to craft a local initiative program application for submittal to the state, and then move forward with the necessary permitting to satisfy all applicable town boards and agencies. I'd be glad to answer any questions the board may have. And as I said, I think Mr. Lundgren might be on the phone.
Thank you, Mark. Becca, can you take the map down so I can see more panel, to see if, thank you. That way I can see if people have questions. Does anybody have a question?
Just Mark, I don't know if you covered the number of units. I was listening intently. I didn't hear the number of units. I'm sorry.
Sure. I thought I mentioned that right now we would anticipate a unit density of approximately 175 to 200 units. Predominantly studio and one-bedroom units would be the market, with expanded common areas within the facilities to meet the particularities of the market who we think would be interested in this type of housing.
Thank you.
Doreen.
I just have one question. First of all, thank you, Mark, for that
Thank you.
presentation. I have a question for either Chris or Tim, and this has to do, there was a lot of talk about pedestrian use, and I'm just curious what infrastructure would have to change, if any, around that area, especially toward the MBTA? Sidewalks, crosswalks, anything like that? Or do we even know at this point?
No, I think it's too early, but as Mark mentioned, when we had our conference call with development team, you know, the goal that's laid out in the transit-oriented master plan talks about and contemplates connectivity back to the train station.
Mm-hmm.
That sloped area on the back piece of this parcel will be difficult, but you know, this is not an insignificant investment. And I think that's why you have this public-private partnership with this LIP, where you get some of those amenities that bring that whole area together in terms of a village. And I think those details are yet to be worked out, but we'll rely on Chris and then the development team from Mr. Lundgren to get us there. but we don't have, specific details at this point.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
Can I just ask Mark, was there an expectation? I mean, I knew we weren't going to make any decisions, but I think you needed to at least present it and let the board absorb it a little bit, maybe come back, or just to get a sense that there's general support for housing, I think, in this community. And if this is a use that this current board thinks is good, I want you to take whatever next level you can. So without putting my board on the spot, I want to get to that next level of discussion. So what would you need in order to do that?
Well, I think it certainly would be inappropriate to ask for a formal vote of the board to approve a LIP program for a program that we haven't even shown you what it looks like. But I think what I am looking for is a good faith indication from board members individually whether the concept of building additional rental housing in this portion of North Grafton is an acceptable concept. There are candidly communities in which boards would be pretty clear that this is not the type of development they're seeking in their community for what may be very good reasons. So we want to make sure that the positive discussion that we had with town staff follows through to the board, and you'll be seeing us then again in some period of time when we put together the formal application, and obviously would be asking for approval at that time.
Thank you.
I was going to say I support the concept.
Sorry, Donna, do you have your hand up?
No, but same thing. Thank you for the presentation, Mark. And, I'm interested in this, learning some more and getting some more information about this. But yes, I would support this concept at this particular time, going along with the recommendation of the town administrator.
Hi, Mark.
Thank
Ed Prisby here. As you know, we're well under our threshold for 40B units in Grafton to get up from not only under 40B, but even to get into the safety zone of the subsidized housing inventory. I support this wholeheartedly in concept. We're going to have to do a lot of due diligence here about the site. 175 units is a lot of units. You're going to get a lot of pushback from residents, especially those who live along Route 30. We're planning a lot of development in that area. So this is just me saying, just be ready. And you've done affordable housing before, and I know you know. So when you walk in the room, be ready for what you get. And be ready with traffic studies, especially, because although we're obviously living in a time now where people need affordable housing more than ever, it's going to be an uphill battle no matter what. So just yes, but let's work hard.
That's fair. It's fair.
Peter?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just would like to echo my colleagues as well. Mark, great presentation. I'm interested to know more as well. I'd like to see how this goes along a little bit further, but you have my support for the concept as of right now, as it stands. And please update us when it's appropriate. I'd be looking forward to that.
Thank you. That's fair for us to ask for the board. We know that the burden is on us to show that we can become part of the Grafton community in a responsible fashion. So.
And I will just add, I am also in support of the concept. Affordable housing is something that we do need in town. The type of units that you're talking about, the studios and the one bedroom, are specifically things that we are lacking. So I'm excited to see your concept as it moves forward and how it's developed. I do have a comment that came through the Q&A. Justin Wood, 5 Garden Street, prefacing this comment that I'm on the planning board, but I speak for myself only. I want to say that I personally support the idea of this location for a 40B development for this area. The proximity to businesses transit is great. Hearing the potential for additional parking of our rail system is something I've heard many times over that would be a desire in the area. So that was a comment. When, oh, I have another question from Terry Turgeon. When will the North Grafton community have an opportunity to share? So I believe that is just when will we be able to get more public input? I'm assuming that's what the.
If I might, Madam Chair.
Sure.
Maybe for the benefit of the board, just to remind you, but certainly for the audience, the process that we're discussing now, the local initiative program, establishes the methodology, basically allows a developer working in conjunction with the town to be able to file for a comprehensive permit before the Zoning Board of Appeals. So this doesn't get you anywhere but basically the ticket to get on the train to go and do that. The Zoning Board of Appeals conducts public hearings. There's public notice to be done, and the public will be able to participate in that. As a general practice for a development of this magnitude, before the public hearing of the Zoning Board of Appeals, we would anticipate holding neighborhood meetings or public meetings for people to be able to hear about the project, see some of the plans in a more easier format than anything else. But that's still months away right now, a lot of work to be done before that. So there will be certainly a hiatus before the public hears much more before this. The next action will be to come to your board for approval of the LIP, which may have some plans with it at that time, so you can at least see what it's about.
Thank you. Any further questions for Mark? All right, I'm not seeing any. Thank you so much, Mark, for coming in.
Thank you. Thank you for not taking out Mr. McInerney's reminder that I was involved in UPS on me. I really appreciate that. So.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mark.
All right, next on the agenda, we have a vote to create a gift account for COVID-19 donations called Grafton Strong. Tim?
Yeah, basically this is a culmination of a number of phone calls, conversations, and with the Board of Health. So we got off of our first conference call after COVID-19 hit, and we had a good idea about items for our senior kit to put together for the seniors in the community, from thermometers, surgical masks, gloves, sanitizer, tissues, resource page for COVID-19, Clorox wipes, water, toilet paper, just some package. And then we started to think about ideas to get funding to do that. And we quickly realized that right at that particular point, there wasn't anything we could do with funding for those particular items, either through MRC, the Board of Health, the Alliance. So I went out and I called Unibank, who does all of our Unipay stuff online. And I asked them if they could create an account, which would be a gift account that the board would have complete control and authority over those funds. And I would start the donation process of getting the money in there for the board to then decide how to expend gifts to help people through COVID-19. So that was really the driving force of it. And to date, we've collected $1,000. I'm happy to say that I contributed half of that number the day we opened it to give the board authority to help people who need food, medical assistance, whatever it may be. We gave you a laundry list of things for suggested uses. Can be these, can be others. And at the end of the day, the gift account is yours to decide how to expend those funds.
Any questions from the board?
I have a question. I saw this was advertised online and it was the first I've heard of it. So was there any thought in reaching out to the board and convening a quick meeting online before we went and did this?
For me, no, I didn't have that thought at all. At all? Yeah, at all. I thought it was just, hey, let's move forward, something that we'll probably do. And I think I was just being proactive.
Being proactive is good, and this charity is good, and people are hurting, and we need to be able to do that. And certainly nobody wants to stand in the way of the bureaucracy. But at the same time, Tim, you know, we are supposed to be a team here, and I'm seeing some of the people on the screen here who have reminded me from time to time that we're a team here. And I was a little bit alarmed that the first I'd heard of it was on Facebook. That's all.
All right, point taken. Thank you.
Any other comments from the board? Doreen?
I just want to comment that I recall getting an email before it went public.
Any other comments from the board? Peter?
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. Tim, thank you for disclosing this. Can you go into a little bit more about the particulars about how the select board would authorize the expenditure for the gifts account? I'm more like what, I know you mentioned Mass General Law, Chapter 44 and 53A. Is there any way, and I don't know how the board feels about this, to maybe set up a board of trustees to maybe oversee the account in its entirety until all the funds are expended, and just kind of leave it up to that working group? Or is this something that the select board has to be intimately a part of?
Yeah, I'd have to look into if you can delegate that authority to someone else, but just like the senior gift account or the motorcycle gift account for the lease or the canine unit, that's all under the auspice of the select board to oversee the spending of those funds. So we can look into it and see if you would want to delegate that to someone else.
And I want to state my purpose, if I may, Madam Chair, that if someone who's in need of those funds for whatever reason, waiting for us to have a meeting is not probably the most efficient way of maybe helping people. So I don't want to get process in the way of progress. And I know that's, I know we have our process and I respect that, don't get me wrong, but I want to make sure that if there is a mechanism and if the board would be okay with it, and have Tim perhaps research that and maybe come back to us with some options, I would be in favor of that. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Donna, go ahead.
Yeah, I appreciate that you did this, Tim. I believe, I sit on the CERT committee at WPI, and we had a similar circumstance. People in the community wanted to know how they could help, and we had students in need for a variety of reasons. And the decision through the entire process, and it's still ongoing, obviously, for our CERT team, is to make decisions when they're necessary and not wait for a lot of input if that's not necessary in a particular instance. We had made it simple as possible. There was a quick form to fill out, and then there's it automatically goes to 3 people, and they review them and then make a recommendation to the treasurer just to dispense the funds. So there's some criteria that's been outlined for what would be urgent needs, and then we just follow through on those. So as simple as possible, as quickly as possible, to get the people that need it the assistance as quickly as they could.
Do we have those criteria in place here?
If you're asking me, I do not think you do, just because it's been the Board of Selectmen's purview to see the dispensement of the fund. So again, as to Peter's question, I'll look into it and see if it can be 2 members of the board and 1 staff member, maybe Barbara Conley. In the senior sense, there's a lot of these suggested uses deal with seniors or other folks that may be in greater need than others. So maybe that's a logical thing, is to have 2 members of the board and Barbara kind of oversee the disbursement of those funds for these particular suggested uses, or if you want to expand on these or give them full autonomy and control and just do a monthly report to you all when they give out money.
That's fine. I would just prefer to have a conversation about it first.
Mr. Carlson?
Madam Chair, Tim, just maybe someone who can help with this, as we this isn't new to me, very much to what Donna had said. A couple of years ago, we set up, we were receiving enormous amounts of gifts to help students in need who had outstanding lunch expenditures. And a fund was set up, and it's a criteria that's set up that allows for confidentiality, but more importantly, allows for expedient use of those funds. So if you're looking for like a mechanism or a model, or maybe something to maybe help come up with your ideas that you believe may be appropriate for us to hear, that I would reach out to Dan Gale over at the school department and see how that process works, just as a suggestion.
Okay. Thank you. I do have a comment that came in through the Q&A. Justin Wood, 5 Garden Street. This was announced quite a bit back by the town, whom authorized its creation before now. Has any money been received as of today? Should the establishing vote fail to pass, what would happen to the money already accepted by the town? Does this qualify as a tax-deductible donation for individual families giving to the account? What restrictions are in the account establishment on whom can receive money from this account? Would the select board be willing to add language restricting the disbursement of the money to any entity or business where the financial benefit to any current or former select board or family, cousins and aunts included? I think gifting it to close family friends, even if not technically an ethics commission's violation, is not going to be a good sign. And establishing restricting language on that is a good move for the town in terms of holding and dispersing this money.
I don't know if you want me to respond. There's a lot of, you know.
You and your mommy hugging each other as a man.
Yes, please.
So the Board of Selectmen, again, the executive body has the opportunity to take applications through itself and disperse money through a public process like a meeting, or you can select 2 members of the board and perhaps Barbara to do things like safety kits for seniors, free lunches for seniors, bus rides for folks who need transportation to doctor's appointments or shopping. Veterans groups are always in need. The Fogey group, the fuel fund, I think is important, because I think Barbara told me that they'll run out of money for the fuel fund sometime. I know in spring going into summer, we shouldn't need any heating assistance, but those monies will dry up and there'll be an opportunity there. And then the food bank, that's probably those are the main areas of focus that the board should be concerned about, and take each application under those categories as they come in and make a decision about how to disperse the money. And so far, like I said when I started, there's been, as of yesterday, there was $1,000 in the account. That money is there, and it can be used for any fund that the select board deems is appropriate to deal with the crisis.
Okay, Peter, is that your hand up again?
It is, Madam Chair. So I'll make the motion tonight to go ahead and officially create this account, so that way I do believe this is tax deductible for people, as it's for charitable purposes, right, Tim? But to some of the questions that I believe Donna, myself, and Ed had brought up, just if we could get some ideas from you about how to structure that approval process, and keep it a way that if it does go to individuals, that we maintain that there's some confidentiality. So as long as the board is understanding that I'll make the motion, that we will want to see some technical detail after the fact, and maybe we have to create a motion later on to grant people authority to do that on our behalf. So if everyone's okay with that, I'll go forward with it, knowing that this still has some work to be done. Or do we pass over?
I just want to say, the motion that we have is to create the account. So I think you're right, Peter. I think it's totally appropriate at our next meeting to then discuss how we can disperse the money. But the motion today is just to.
Somehow change your mind. Yeah. But then you post pictures of your mommy all day long.
To mute yourself. Ed, you're not on.
No, I was just a question before we go to the motion. We've already created the account, right? We've collected $1,000.
Administratively, yes, the account has been set up. But in order to disperse those funds, the board needs to create the account.
Yeah, I would go along with what Peter recommends and get this operational as soon as possible. I don't think we should wait a week for it to come to us, or 2 weeks before it comes to us again. So,
Madam Chair.
Mr. Carlson?
All right, I move the board create a Grafton Strong gift account for the purpose of assisting residents of Grafton who may be in need during the COVID-19 pandemic and after.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor by roll call?
Carlson, aye.
Hawkeye.
Fazio, aye.
Frisbee, aye.
Thomas, aye. Motion has carried. Okay, next. Sorry, going back to the agenda. Next is vote to appoint Claire McClellan as an election worker.
Madam Chair, I move the board vote to appoint Clara McLennan as an election worker.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor by roll call?
Carlson, aye.
Fazio, aye.
Frisbee, aye.
Thomas, aye. A motion has carried. Next, we have a vote to have the board accept the conservation restriction for Silver Lake Conservation Area. I know Rob Aberg has been sitting here for this. My apologies. But I don't know, Tim, if you want to set it up or just send it right to Rob.
No, he'll do a great job. We all know we took purchase, and I'll add anything that he misses, but he's going to do fine.
Are you ready for me, Jennifer?
Yes, go ahead, Rob. Thank you.
Okay, hopefully everybody can hear me. Would it help the board if I share my screen at all, just so you have a graphic after I read this, just to refresh anybody's memory? You're on mute, Jennifer.
Sure. Sorry,
Sure.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'll read my piece and then I'll show the picture because I can't read and show at the same time. Here we go. So last year at the special town meeting, the town of Grafton voted with a 2/3 majority in favor of Article 12 to use Community Preservation Act funds to purchase the 4 Robinson lots coming out of Chapter 61B. These lands were identified in the 2007 Grafton Open Space and Recreation Plans Action Plan section on page 79. The goal is to secure the shores of Silver Lake as part of the Eastern Corridor for open space, recreation, water quality, and wildlife habitat. It's part of a state designated area of critical environmental concern. So there's conservation benefits to water quality, water supply protection, and multiple rare species habitats for amphibians, native brook trout, otter, beaver, and more. And so that's all been put into page 2 of the CR document that the state needs us all to sign if we want to get this done. In the conservation value section, I gave you the Cliff's Notes version. So the conservation restriction is the way that the Planning Board, Conservation Commission, and the Land Trust agreed that we would comply with the permanent restriction requirement for the purchase of land using CPA funds. That's under Mass General Law 44B, Section 12 in Title 7. Now let me see if I can share my screen here. Okay, hopefully this thing will shrink. Share screen. Host disabled screen sharing. I guess I'm not going to do that. Let me try again.
Becca, can you allow him to share the map?
I'm not seeing that as an option right now. Are you just trying to show the map, Rob, that was included?
Yeah, or just I was going to show the town GIS with all the lots that we've already purchased, just to show that the last bit here that we're trying to collect.
Okay, let me see if I can pull that up for you.
Okay. And so while Becca does that, the 3 things that we need to do to get this off of the select board's plate and onto the land trust plate is page 13 of the document requires your guys' signatures after a vote that certifies that a public meeting duly held on today. The select board voted to approve in the public interest and grant the foregoing conservation restriction to the Grafton Land Trust, Inc. pursuant to section 32 of chapter 184 of the Mass General Laws, and do hereby grant the foregoing conservation restriction. So I think that would be the wording the state wants to see from the motion and vote. Then the signatures, and then a notary. Normally that would be a detail, but I don't know how you guys are doing that right now to get signatures and a notarized notary for each signature. So that'll be interesting if we want to do that. So
Do you want to, are you all set, Rob? Should I see if there's any questions, or do you have a little bit more?
I am all set.
Any questions from the board for Rob? Okay. I do not see any.
Peter has a hand up.
Oh, Peter.
No, I was ready to read the motion, Madam Chair, if you are so ready with people's questions.
Okay. Does everybody have, I know we don't have the map up, but this is a recent land purchase. Does everybody remember where that is and such? Yes. Okay. Yeah, whenever you're ready, Peter.
Madam Chair, we, the undersigned, being the majority of the select board of the town of Grafton, Massachusetts, hereby certify that a public meeting duly held on April 7th, 2020, the select board voted to approve the public interest and grant of the foregoing conservation restriction to the Grafton Land Trust Incorporated pursuant to section 32 of chapter 184 of the Massachusetts General Laws, and do hereby grant the foregoing conservation restriction.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, by roll call.
Carlson, aye.
Clock eye.
Fazio, aye.
Frisbee, aye.
Thomas, aye. The motion has carried. Thank you, Rob, so much for all your work on that.
Thank you, guys. I guess I'll figure out later how to pick up signatures so we can go do our thing next with the notary.
Yeah, staff will be in touch, and we'll figure that out.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you. Before we move on to the next thing, just a general, I see there's a lot of stuff happening in chat. In order for things to be on the record, can you please post your questions and comments to the Q&A function, not the chat function, so that it's hard for me to monitor both. So in order for things to be on the record, if you guys can do that for the Q&A function, thank you. All right, next on the agenda, we have the next page. Vote to change town meeting and election dates. We have our town moderator here, our town clerk here, and our town council here for this discussion. So, Tim, did you want to start? I mean, clearly we all know what's going on, and our meeting is scheduled for May 11th and the town election for May 19th. And we are in a state of emergency, so we need to have a conversation about whether or not we feel like we should move the town meeting and election dates. So I know, Candy, you have done a lot of work on that, so maybe you're probably the best place to start, so that you can tell us about the recommendations and guidelines that we've been given.
Okay. Well, I can speak mainly on the election account. Town meeting should probably be spoken from Ray and Ginny's point of view, as they're the ones that have more authority over that. But I did submit a letter to the board just saying that after reaching out to the wardens, the Board of Registrars, myself, taking into staff account what's going on, some residents, that it is my recommendation that we postpone the election. Obviously, there's many factors involved in this, let alone, what's happening now. We don't know what's going to happen next week, 3 weeks from now, 4 weeks from now, but it is the recommendation from all the stakeholders in this, and as in workers and the Board of Registrars, that we do postpone. Therefore, we can figure everything out and discuss all the methods, and hopefully it will be over or at a point where it's better for everybody. So I don't know if you want me to just start with that. I know there was an update that came through, and Ginny can probably speak a little bit more on this excuse me, about that. There was the chapter 45 of the Acts of 2020 that said that we could pick a date or postpone. But with the new Chapter 53 of the Acts of 2020, it's saying that we have to pick a date through June 30th, which I believe Tim has come up with a couple dates in mind. And from the Board of Registrars and my wardens and myself, I am looking at June. Most of them had said the June 30th would be the date they prefer. And with that, I mean, there's, like I said, lots of things to discuss. So you tell me what you want me to do, if you want me to just keep talking or discuss those points. I guess I'll look at that because I have several.
Does anybody have specific questions for Candy, Peter?
I do. Candy, thank you very much for providing the letter. Just remind me real quick. So if we move town meeting date and or the election, does that change the requirement and how many days you have to have either warrant articles or any citizens petitions to be on the ballot to be included?
Right. So no, the only change that was allowed to happen with this is the date of the actual election and the registration period. All other deadlines were still in place.
Thank you.
Ed, do you have a question? You unmuted yourself.
No, sorry. Accident.
Doreen?
Hi, Candy. Thanks for your letter. So couple questions of, kind of the unknown, but just putting it into the discussion here. So what if, so there's a requirement, you said, to have the election by June 30th, and Tim has recommendations of dates. If we are still in a state of emergency, will the board be able to push that date out? I guess.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I guess, my number one concern would be our residents going out to vote because they feel like they don't have any other choice. And so then my second part of the question would be extension of absentee ballots. Is that something that we're able to do as well?
So that is one of the points. And honestly, I think with everything changing, if this obviously goes out further than expected, I mean, changes are coming in every day. So I really don't have a definitive answer for that, besides what's out there right now, which says through June 30th. So, there was a portion of it did say that there was ways to amend it if they did select a date. So I'm assuming that would be, and I mean, I can definitely look into that further, but as of right now, I think the deadline is the June 30th. And I wouldn't be surprised if this is still going on, a couple months from now, that we will see extensions to that. So maybe it's a good idea for me to just go over some of the points I had and maybe address lots of the questions people have or some of the things they're wondering. And then, you can stop me if you have questions. I'm sorry, I have my points here. So as of Friday, when I wrote the letter, there were about 40 communities that had decided to postpone their election. 24 of them were postponing town meeting. Those numbers were changing daily. I haven't received an updated list of communities to date. So that was one part of it. The input from the election workers, it's no surprise here that we have all ranges of election workers and wardens and clerks. A majority of them are older, so they are at risk and scared of being present at the elections. There is a way to reduce the amount of staff that is working at the election, but this does not count the wardens or the clerks that have to be there. And those are the ones that I think are most concerned because they still have to be present. And that's stuff I'll get to further down. Like I said, I reached out to the registrars and all three were in agreement of postponing. Two of them said June 30th to set the date. One was just a general postponement in agreement. The wardens, I heard from 3/4 of them, and they would like to see it happen in June. And as like I mentioned, the registration deadline, whatever the date we end up choosing, the new deadline would be 10 days before that. So the April 21st is currently the deadline for the May 19th election and town meeting, so that would not occur. And then we would just have it in June if that's what we chose. And those hours would change from 2 to 4 p.m. and 7 to 8 versus 8:30 to 8 p.m. People have the option to go online as they do with any other registration deadline to apply online. They can mail in voter registration forms versus coming in. So there's ways that they don't have to interact and still can maintain distance. And methods of voting, there is absentee voting, and they did actually update it so that self-quarantining or you know, not wanting to go out because of fear of getting a family member sick or themselves sick, they don't have to. They can absentee vote in that. Let me see. So they can absentee vote if they do that versus having the set reasons why they would have to do that. They have put in the self-quarantine and the deciding not to want to go out for this reason. But the big thing is early, they haven't implemented an early voting option, which is the no excuse. There would not be any in-house or in-person hours for that. It would be you fill out a form, which we have, and we can put that online. We can email it to people. We could mail it out to people. This way they can decide to vote through the mail, which I think we will see an increase in that happening versus people going to the polls. You still have your diehard, you want to go vote at the polls, people that may choose to go, which is fine. But there are options out there now that people do not have to be present and they can vote via mail. And they do have to do that still in writing with a wet signature. It can't be done electronically. But like I said, we can mail it however they choose is the easiest way. And the deadline to do that would be 12 p.m. the day before the election. So that is why I think setting a date sooner than later would be good. So the election day hours and location. There is, for town election, state law requires that the polls be open at least 4 hours and no later than 12 p.m. So this is something I guess I want to hear from the board if they're looking at maybe reducing hours. Obviously with that, there could be a chance of crowding, or if leaving the polls open the whole 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Type thing.
Sorry, Mr. Carlson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Candy, thank you for that advice. If it were up to me and thinking about that, if we are able to hold the election on this later date, I would propose that we allow the maximum amount of time for voters to come in, because you got to think people will be most likely going back to work, having to, spend extra time at work just to get caught up because they're not in their offices, and probably about a million other reasons why I can think why, people would need some extra time. But just try to keep it concise. I would be more in favor of trying to have as much time as possible.
Absolutely.
Ed?
Yeah, I think that for this particular election, we're talking about doing, I think, the override vote and the municipal election all in one day. So there's one thing you're talking about. Generally, we get, 12 to 1,600 people per election. I can't remember what it was in 2014 for the override. I think it might have been almost twice as many as those.
414 absentee voters, and the total altogether was 3,400 people voting.
Yeah, so here, again, not only you're talking about potentially around 3,400 people, but then with the additional wait time associated with, I would imagine, social distancing at that point. Cleanliness, wiping things down. This is going to be kind of a nightmare for your department. I'm sorry. An additional question, if we had to do this entirely by paper, what would that look like for you guys, and could you do it?
So currently, and that's one of my concerns, I guess you could say, The past couple weeks, we've been running back with 2 in the office instead of 3. One person has opted to stay home out of fear of being out, which is fine. We have staggered our hours, which has come with its own difficulties doing that. But once I heard this, I was already thinking of ways of how we were going to, implement this and deal with this. So I definitely think that mail-in option is going to be probably the top way of people wanting to vote. So if we pick a date, then great, we can print the ballot with that information. If not, I can print the ballots with the May 19th information on there. That way we have them ahead of time. So that way we'll have our material, start putting the information out there, and we can start prepping the envelopes and everything we need to do to get them mailed out. So that's one step of us, getting that done. And then once the ballots come in, we'll have to obviously check them, do our thing with that, count them, and get them sealed up. But I am going to say that along with everything else that's going on, I mean, it will be hard, but I think we're going to have to go back to working multiple in the office to get this done. And I plan to talk with my staff this week after, tonight's meeting, especially to see, their thoughts and concerns, and then bring back any information I had. But, we're just asking, there's 13,000 registered voters. Currently, there's 2 people in the office, 3 of us. So we are going to work as fast as we can. That will be the priority. But we also are asking, for a little bit of patience. It is going to take some time, but we're ready for that. So we can start getting envelopes ready. We're just not going to be able to obviously put the voter information on there until people start applying for them. We have a set amount already that people request absentee ballots for the year, so we can prep those people. And we have something called permanently disabled, where there's certain individuals that just every year we have to mail them the information, and we're responsible for sending theirs out as soon as we get them. So we'll take care of that. But absolutely, I mean, I think it's just, making sure people know the proper method. It's like you have to fill out the form itself, has to be a wet signature. It has to get to us, whether that's, via email, mail, the Dropbox, and then just, having the time to get those ready and then mailing them out. So that's my concern, is just, the time it's going to take to get everything in and out once we decide what we're going to do.
Okay, thank you, Candy. I see a couple other questions. I just have a quick question or a comment. You had mentioned, if you both have to be in the office, things are awkward. It sounds to me like, I think if those things are still in place, it may be still too early to have the election. We might then consider moving it if it's. I just want to make sure everybody is safe. The highest priority is your safety and your staff safety and the voter safety. So I just want to make sure that I don't want you to put yourself at risk in any way in order to get this done. And I do have a couple of questions come through Q&A that I want to say. First, Justin Wood, are we able to pick a date today and then postpone again closer to it? I believe Candy answered that. How far in advance of the election do we need to make that additional postponement if we decide to do it?
I don't have that answer yet.
Okay.
If we have to do it again. Until right now it's the June 30th. So we have to have at least a vote 20 days before the date that we pick. So if it's June 30th we pick, we have to have that done by June 10th. But other than that, if they extend it again, I mean, I'd have to wait until they update that information to know, those requirements.
Okay, thank you. One more question from Q&A. Marilyn Kusher, 3 Lincoln Lane. Has Governor Baker made any recommendation with regard to this?
Honestly, I mean, besides the acts, I mean, we work closely with the state, who then obviously would be the ones that would filter down to us. So if there was any recommendation from him, I'm assuming the state would, has incorporated that into their responses to us. So you know, all I have is what I've received from the state, and, you know, that we have the option to postpone it.
Doreen, I saw your hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to know, Candy mentioned in the beginning that Tim had recommended dates for both the election and town meeting, and I just wanted to know what those were. Or at least election at this point.
Yeah, let's just stick with election.
Start with the election.
Yeah, I mean, because the reason why I raised on the call too, and you guys will remember your meeting with the senior center folks about town meeting on Saturday. So that's one piece of this, and then the election. So you always want the town meeting to happen before the election, because that's how the bylaw is established now. So I would say to you to look for a Tuesday in June, which is June 30 for the election. And so you have that date set, and if we extend the state of emergency beyond that, like Candy said, you'll vote. I assume that number of 20 days will be flexible. There are some guidelines relative to reverse 911 calls, which we have capability of doing to give people notice in the event of another date change, which we'll have to employ. So we can take advantage of that to make sure people know about it. And then for town meeting, if it was on a Saturday, that's 6/20. And if it was to be on its normal Monday, that would be 6/22. So just in terms of having a jumping off point, that's what I was thinking, but it's certainly up to the board.
Okay. I'm sorry, I have another question. Clarity from Justin Wood. The question was, if we picked a date in early June, could we then postpone it again till June 30th or later if the state allows later than June 30th?
I guess we could. That's what I'm saying. I mean, if they're allowing us to obviously postpone things at this point, yes. I mean, and Ginny can clarify that more with the new one. I skimmed over the new one that just came through today, which I said the Chapter 53 Acts of 2020. But I mean, yeah. I mean, we have the option to do whatever we need to do. So.
Well, we
Any
know
other questions?
we have logistical problems just relative to that, which will work out once you pick the date. So I don't want to pick two and have two different deadlines and pinch points relative to Candy processing what she's mailing out and what they're returning. So the conversation started with as far back in June as we could get, and those were the dates that made sense to me. So I don't want to pick one earlier just because this is going to go on for some time. And we don't have the ability to go beyond July, so push it as far back as you can. That's why I picked the dates I did.
Any other questions, or do we want to move to town meeting? And
Yeah, Madam Chair, I just have, I'm gonna talk about both, okay? Town meeting and election. One, if you have it on the 30th, you're actually, I'm gonna try to be a little encouraging here that this whole thing is gonna go away. And that's what I hope, but you're into the first week of vacation. Okay, if everything is good again, which I'm hoping and praying that that's what it is. So on the 30th, you would be into the first week of vacation for everybody. The other thing is that I'll just talk about town meeting, is to definitely have a town meeting on a Saturday. But I also think that you should look at having the election on a Saturday too. This is unprecedented as what's going on with this coronavirus and everything like that, and it's awful. And if you have the election and the town meeting on a Saturday, obviously not the same one, but it's going to allow more people to come and vote, express their opinion, and as Peter said, once everybody gets back to work, you're going to be up to your eyeballs in work, and I hope everybody gets back to work. So I think you should really look at 2 Saturdays. That's my opinion.
Peter, did you have your hand up?
I did, and I think I appreciate your commentary, Ray, on that. The Saturday thing, I think for as long as we've been going to town meetings, we've been discussing this for many, many years. And if this is an opportunity to see how it works, I'd be willing to give it a shot. And to your point, I do agree that if restrictions are lifted, and maybe a Saturday provides a lot more time for people to be able to come out and vote, instead of waiting to the 30th as like the drop dead last date, maybe perhaps consider having the town election on Saturday the 20th.
Any other comments?
Yeah, I actually, now I have a question to Pete. So if you had the election on the 20th, when would you have the town meeting?
You could have the town meeting on the 13th,
Okay.
or you could have town meeting on the 27th. You don't have to have town meeting before or after an election.
Yeah, I would prefer not to throw people too many curveballs at this point with things changing so much. I sort of like the order the way it is. I guess I'd ask Ray. Ray, why are you preferring Saturdays at this point?
I'm just trying to get, make it more available for everyone to come out and vote and everyone to come to town meeting. That's really the only reason. I just think that once this all goes away, that people are just going to be too busy to do everything. I mean, you could have it on the 13th and 20th, or the 20th and 27th, or whatever it is, or you could go to a Tuesday. But I just think that we have the opportunity, and I know Ginny's not going to like this because she's going to have to come out on a Saturday, but I think we have the opportunity to do this, to let more people come to the polls, to let more people come to town meeting, and I think we should give it a shot.
Donna?
I support the town meeting on a Saturday. I think lots of local communities do it. We've had discussions before, and I think this, as you said, Ray, is the time to try it out. I'm not as keen on the election. I don't know, the excuse, or not, the comment that you made that it may be summer vacation. We have no idea. If they do go back, they may be going through June 30th to school. So I think that's still a big unknown. But I'm not gonna, I just prefer it on a Tuesday.
Just an FYI, school is going to get out on June 12th. Either way.
Under regular conditions, they may extend it.
That's not what I've heard, but okay. A question for Candy. If we had to do this by paper ballot entirely, and I'm thinking about the election, I'm thinking about the workers who tend to be a little bit older, who may not be as willing to come out, we probably would need to start planning for printing ballots sooner rather than later. If we were to do this entirely by paper, how much lead time would you need?
Well, currently I can't do anything until April 16th, which is the deadline for the candidates to withdraw if they wanted to do that. So the ballot can be printed any day after that. So that's all I'm saying. And then it takes a couple weeks from when we finalize and proof the ballot to get the absentee. But keep in mind, I will be ordering 120% of the registered voter amount just in case, and which is required because people, if they mess up, they are entitled to a new one. So we are going to be asking for a bigger amount along with other communities who have delayed. So, you know, it's going to take a couple weeks to get the ballots from once we are able to do that.
And just a quick follow-up to I think, Tim. I know that, and this is kind of a dumb question, maybe outside the box, but bear with me here. I know that Wisconsin had utilized an emergency declaration to call in the National Guard to help with the Democratic primary there. If we choose not to do this entirely paperless or entirely by mail-in ballot, and we choose to do this in person still, and we don't get the election workers that we would hope to because they want to stay home out of their own safety, do we have a plan? Is there anyone we can call in from the state or the federal government to help us with election assistance?
Candy, you want to answer that? Oh,
I was just going to that in the past, we've used the National Honor Society students to help with our early voting and absentee ballots. That we could find college students. I've been trying to increase the roster of my election workers and, you know, all different ages. So we do have a couple options. And then if we're really, really, you know, struggling to find people that are willing to work, there is an option for me to contact the state. And I believe how it works is that as long as they are, you know, living in Massachusetts, that they can help in any town. So, you know, we have that option as well.
Mr. Carlson?
Madam Chair, there's been several questions and some comments that I think are relevant to some of the questions that were brought up. One of them by Ms. Stock, if you want to just go through the question and
thank
answer
you.
session.
Thank
You're
you.
welcome. No problem. Yep. I got 3 screens, so I can manage. I'm like NASA over here, so.
Okay. Let's see. Colleen Roy, 53 Elmwood Street. Some towns are considering outdoor town meetings for safety. Is this being considered for Grafton?
No,
No. No. Okay.
Outdoor town meetings would be totally out of control. Can't happen.
Okay.
A thing in the back of our minds, we have to think about that auditorium holds 660. So that's, you know, obviously a fraction, and we know we don't get a lot of participation, but Saturdays, we just have to be aware that, well, we have to find accommodations if we get to capacity with that room. So it's just something else to think about relative to a Saturday.
Madam Chair.
Okay. Yes, go ahead, Donna.
Tim, wouldn't we be able to use the gymnasium as an overflow?
Yes, you could.
Okay, I have a couple more questions. Justin Wood, 5 Garden Street. I had not considered Saturday was possible for town election. I want to say I fully agree with Ray's perspective about turnout for the vote on a Saturday, so I'd be very supportive of it. We also have a comment from Hi, Laura Often, 79 Old Westboro Road. Saturdays in June are very difficult for families, and the high school is rented out for dance recitals, so you may need to confirm that. And then she also commented, Laura Often, 79 Old Westboro Road, school is definitely getting out June 12th regardless. They voted tonight. I have another comment from Amy Marr. The school committee just voted tonight that the last day of school will be June 12th. It is possible that the district might be able to hold major events on the weekends, things like the musical, prom, graduation, etc. For this reason, I would not be in favor of a Saturday town meeting or election this year for this reason. Too much uncertainty on the calendar. Joanne Duncan added, is there an added cost to the town if the election is on a Saturday? So most of those were comments. They weren't questions, but I guess if there's any, is there any added cost to town meeting if it's on a Saturday? I wouldn't think so, but.
We're still going to have the same amount of workers if we need to. So that, I mean, in my point of view for election workers, I don't see an increase on my end.
I don't think there's any additional cost that I can think of. We're gonna have additional costs no matter how we do either one, but I don't think they're gonna be breaking the bank.
Sorry, I'm trying to manage all the questions are coming in quickly. We did get a question from an anonymous attendee. If you could please just, you need to do your name and address for me to read it. So if you could resubmit it, that would be great. All right, any other questions, comments? Sorry, I can't see if anybody's waving their hand when I'm reading the questions and answers. All right, Doreen.
Yeah, I'll just weigh in one more time. I think we should consider holding town meeting on Saturday. We had a discussion a few weeks ago when we were paneling with the senior center, and they showed you know, a lot of support of having a Saturday town meeting instead of a night town meeting during the week. That's very difficult for that demographic to get to sometimes. So I think, you know, we don't know. We don't know what the calendar is going to be. We don't know what it's going to look like, but I'm favoring supporting, we start a Saturday town meeting and have the ballot question on a Tuesday and just kind of split it that way. And the later in the month, the better. I wish I was as optimistic as Ray. I'll work on that, thinking that everything will be back to normal the last week in June. But just so, you know, we don't have to push it, I would say somewhere between the 20th and 30th, if we look at the end of the month, that we should set those 2 dates that way. And I would be support, like I said, on Saturday town meeting, Tuesday election. That's it.
Any other questions or comments from the board? Peter?
Madam Chair, so I think in respect to when things do get back to normal, if we do decide to postpone these, I think we should definitely coordinate with the schools to just make sure that we have availability of the facilities, whether we hold it on Saturday or Monday or Tuesday, you know, respectively, and just make sure we have that data and that information. I know June historically is a very challenging month up at the high school area, just with all the activity. And, you know, schedules and everything are always worked around traditionally on May town meeting and May annual election. So just, I think out of sensitivity to what's going on, it would be good to probably get an update from them to see what are the available facility dates, just so we don't interfere with something that's already, people are already looking forward to, especially getting back to some normalcy.
So just to, based on the discussion, I mean, this is a very basic question, but it feels like everybody is supportive of moving the town meeting dates. It doesn't sound like anybody is interested in keeping them where they are. It's just a matter of which dates we pick. Is that, am I reading everybody correctly?
Madam Chair, yes, you're reading that correctly from me.
Okay, thank you. So just so that we can, so we're just trying to figure out when in June is best. Whether it's Tuesday or Saturday. I am totally supportive of a Saturday town meeting. Of course, we need to find a location. I'm not sure how the middle school auditorium works, if some events can be held there, and how we, you know, but we can certainly look into all of that. You know, the election, I really don't have a preference, whatever everybody wants to do. I feel like certainly turnout is great. And so whatever people feel, that would, I'm fine with either. So do we not want to actually set the date tonight because we want to check for availability? I don't know, Tim or Becca, have we done any preliminary checks of availability?
For Saturday, no. I guess I'm operating under the assumption that we hold, you know, democracy to be sacred, and we'd get accommodation from the school department regardless, and accommodate whatever date you have, especially now that everything's been thrown off the calendar for the school department. I think we would be first in line.
Would a Saturday date still be in the evening, or would that be during the day?
I would suggest doing it during the day.
Town meeting and the vote?
Town meeting, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep, that was a question that just popped up from Colleen Roy, 53 Elmwood Street. If town meeting was on a Saturday, would it be still be in the evening? And so thank you for answering that. I believe we had a Saturday town meeting to build the high school, did we not? Yeah.
No.
No?
No, I think it was a Saturday, right? It was a special town meeting that we had to put the debt exclusion on the ballot.
Yeah, we had overflow in the gymnasium that day. Do you remember, Ray?
Nah.
It was epic.
I don't remember everything
It
anyway.
was like 7 or 8 hours long. You were there.
Jenny.
You were there.
Ray, you know what? Sorry, it was during your absence. So that's why.
Yeah. Oh, the doc days. You mean I don't talk about that. So.
So does anybody want to make, or Ginny, you haven't chimed in. Is there anything that we're not considering that we should be considering?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I do think that in light of the wholesale cancellations and the potential in, being very optimistic of any rescheduling of events for especially the seniors. I mean, I don't know if anything like that would be during the day, but you wouldn't want to schedule it for a date and have it be in conflict with, anything that the high school is trying to do for the students who suffered a lot of losses in this period. But I mean, legally, there's no issue in terms of whatever date you want to set, although you don't have to set it tonight. There's time. It's not like town meeting is between now and your next select board meeting.
Donna, did you have a question?
Madam Chair, I think given what Candy has indicated would be helpful is to have a date set. I move the board vote to change the date of town meeting to June 20th, 2020, and the date of the town election to June 23rd. That's a Saturday and a Tuesday.
Do I have a second?
I second that motion.
Any discussion?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'm not against those days either. I would just like to make sure that the days are available and we aren't compromising something else that may already be using those spaces that we typically do. I think that's just being sensitive to the community. If we can pick other dates that maybe we hold the election on a Wednesday or we hold town meeting on a Thursday because those are the available dates, then I think if we have more information, I'd feel more comfortable agreeing to whatever that later date is. Otherwise, we're setting dates, and I don't agree with Mr. McInerney's thing about, democracy is very important. We hold it sacred, near, dear to our heart, but we also have a community to think about, especially getting it back on its feet and kicking some school event out that might be using those buildings at those times, or whoever may have rented them out. That's the last thing I want my name to be on. So if we could just, just maybe reconsider or table this motion to the next meeting once we have the dates, I'd be more than happy to agree to the dates that you propose. I just want to know if there's something in the way of those dates and those locations.
Any other discussion?
I don't think we'd have a conflict with school events because they've closed it down as of June 12th. So I don't know what the community is. I think that's the unknown.
Peter?
Madam Chair, I'd like the motion to table this motion to the next meeting once we have the information. Like I said, I'm not against the dates. I think we've got a little bit of time, to Ginny's point. We don't have to decide today. And I know it's important that we get a date out there, but I think if the community is in agree and hears it from us tonight, like you straw polled us about, we agree that we don't want to hold it on the normal date that we typically do. We want to postpone it. That's one thing. But let's just make sure we have all the information and make sure we have all the facts and make an informed decision.
Just if I may, Madam Chair, two things. I just texted Jay Cummings to ask him the question about 620. I think he will respond fairly quickly. The other piece really to Candy, the dates that will be on the ballot and or the warrant, let's take one at a time. Is there a date specific for the ballot question for when we think the election will happen?
So as I mentioned earlier, the language has to be voted by April 14th by the end of the day for any ballot questions to go on the for the May election. That date has not changed. So that in itself is, I guess, you just voting on that if you want to add it. As for me, I have to wait till April 16th anyways to wait for any withdrawals, if any come in, before I can print the ballot. So I have until April 16th before I'm looking to print a ballot anyway. So it sounds like you're meeting next week, most likely, or, you know, before that time frame that you can decide and figure out the answer to your questions.
Well, the 14th is too late for you because we meet on the 14th, so you wouldn't get anything official from the board until it's too late. So let me just say this. Jay responded to me. He said, should be fine. I'll double check tomorrow. Go ahead and plan on it. So that's what Jay just texted me. So I'm 99% confident that the 20th in the high school will work.
I have a couple of questions from the Q&A. Kristen Remillard, 17 Old Westboro Road, comment, weekday nights are exhausting for most of us. I agree, Saturday sounds great, but should not disrupt anything else planned. Agree with you, Pete. Kids lost enough already. There's time to think about a date. Let the people chime in over the next few days. Then we have a comment from Jen Paluzzi, 19 Cortland. There is talk of having the high school musical in late June. Also, the MIAA voted last week for a smaller spring sports schedule. There may be games going on at the school. Those are 2 comments.
Madam Chair?
Sorry. Yes.
There was something that Mr. McInerney said a few minutes ago about when does Candy actually need to know. If we take a motion tonight to say we vote to postpone town meeting or town elections, I mean, do you still have to know anything by the 16th, Candy?
That is just the date I have to wait for me in order before I could print a ballot. So that's the earliest. So I need for any language for the ballot questions, I need by the 14th.
Okay, so you need it by the 14th at the latest.
The language. Yep. I said the 16th for the ballot because that's going by the deadline on the political calendar for the last day to withdraw. But if we move the election to June, I mean, I have a couple weeks that I guess I could wait if needed to print the ballot while you make a decision on the date.
Okay, thank you.
I'd be willing to amend my motion to say contingent upon availability so that we can meet the deadline of April 14th because it's end of day for Candy, but it's after our meeting.
Peter, you unmuted. Did you have a? No. Okay. Who seconded that? Are they willing to? Dorian, are you willing to amend your second?
Yeah, I second that contingency.
Okay. Any further discussion?
Just that I'm not sure what a contingency does in this circumstance, but at the same time, scheduling issues are tough. You're never going to make everybody happy. We've got 10,000 registered voters in Grafton. We've got a couple days out there that work, the 20th for town meeting, the 23rd for an election. And I value certainty at this point over contingencies, but let's just go. Pick a day.
Any further discussion?
Do you need me to repeat?
No, I think we got it. Any further discussion? If I'm hearing none, all in favor by roll call?
Carlson, aye.
Stock eye.
Fazio, aye.
Aye. All right, that motion has carried. Next, we have to approve the wording for the charter change question for the next town election ballot. Candy.
Hi. Okay, so that that language is just to reflect the charter change that was submitted by citizen petition to change the word Board of Selectmen to Select Board on the charter. The bylaws was already done and approved by the Attorney General, so this is just to update the charter and I mean, you have the language in front of you.
Any questions? Do I have a motion?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I move the board vote to approve the wording of the ballot question for the charter and bylaw language change as presented, and that the question be placed on the next local town election ballot. You want me to read the question?
A motion and a second. I think when the motion was written, it was before we knew when the next election was. So I think the motion is still fine as is, but I think that's why. So it'd be on the June 23rd ballot.
I think Peter wants to read the question.
I'm sorry. Yes, go ahead, Peter.
Matt, I didn't know if that was what you would like me to read the question into the
Sure.
record. Okay. Question 1, shall the town approve the charter amendment set forth in Article 35 of the May town meeting warrant relative to changing the name Board of Selectmen to Select Board and render required text changes to the town charter and bylaws as necessary?
Thank you. Any further discussion? Okay, by roll call.
Carlson, aye.
DeFazio, aye.
Frisbee, aye.
Thomas, aye. All right, motion has carried. Next, we are voting to approve the wording of the override ballot question. So we had a meeting last night to talk about the override. This is something that we postponed from our last meeting about the wording. Does anybody wish to start us off, or are we the wording that we had we were considering last time was from the $4 million override? I feel like Tim, did you have anything to start us off? Did you have anything that you wanted to say?
No, just this was the original one. As I recall it, the meeting, I think it was Peter, COVID just started to happen and we were gathering a lot of information and have a lot of stuff thrown at us. So I think the board wanted to do it. They just deferred it because there was a lot of uncertainty with timing. So the wording's always been the same. It was the 4 million that the tri-board voted for, 3 weeks prior to. 3.2 million for general operating, and then 800,000 for a capital stabilization account. So that's really, and obviously we had discussions yesterday about how this all impacts. So we know that this was the original piece, and I didn't take away from, and I'm just giving an observation, yesterday's meeting, that there wasn't any appetite to reconsider this number. If there is, it's yours to do, but I didn't see that. That's why I just kept the language as it was presented at the previous board meeting 2 weeks ago.
Okay, Doreen?
Yeah, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, we've already taken this vote and we are now voting on the language. And so, I'm personally not going to change my vote from what it was a few weeks ago. We had that meeting last night to see if the appetite had changed at all. And like Tim said, the answer is no. And so I would just go ahead and vote on the language as is.
Ed?
Just a point of clarification, Madam Chair. When we took the original motion, it was for a specific date, and that date was May 19th, I think. And I don't know if we need to reconsider just to change that particular language. I don't know the answer to that question.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Well, I'll take a shot at it. Because we did this in 2014, this is the exact language we used there. It's about the date beginning for the fiscal year. That's what's important, not for, you're deciding when the election's going to be, which you've already done. and the date of the warrant, hopefully we'll sign under the next piece of the agenda, will supersede any decision that you might have tied to the original vote there too, because this is what the people are actually going to see, and what they'll vote on. The date of when you thought the election might have been 3 weeks ago is not going to matter. And
That makes
Fran
sense.
can point on that if she thinks I'm off base.
Oh, okay. Does anybody else? Peter, I see you've unmuted. Do you have something?
Oh, no, I was getting ready to do whatever action.
Okay.
Be prepared.
Yeah, I'll go real quick first. I just want to make a clarification. Last night, we did talk about this and about lots of stuff. There was at some point I had made a comment that I had been talking, like I had a conversation with Jay, just because I don't feel totally comfortable with the timing of this, but I will put it on the ballot because that's what we've been asked to do by many people, to give people the opportunity to vote. But you know, I would prefer to see it later once people had a better idea of how this was going to impact them economically. But I did commit to putting it on the ballot, and I will continue at what was decided at that first TRICOM meeting. Any other comments or questions?
Just briefly, Madam Chair, for the people who will be inclined to vote on this, you know, we discussed a few things last night. One of them was a proposal by a few members of FinCom that had thought that maybe if we went for a smaller number that would get us through the next few years, that might be more palatable. And in talking to people that are concerned about the schools, the first thing that they talk about is whether or not we are going to be able to maintain the program as is. The second thing that they talk about with the override is whether or not the override can pass politically. And it's always this sort of weird balance and a metagame that we all play with our votes about what is possible and what would we prefer. And I'm sure, not to speak for a lot of people who would support an override, but I think a lot of people feel like a $4 million number would be appropriate to try to get us to 5 to 7 years, but that the economic circumstance over the past 2 months has changed, both from a political perspective and an economic perspective, in that what people will stomach and what they can afford and what they will vote for. And also in the sense that we're going to be looking at probably less state aid. We're going to be looking at less income in excise tax. We're going to be looking at less income in meals tax. And we're going to be looking at probably an aggregation of the money that we are expecting in marijuana fees. So that in mind, I want to put the question to the board: what do we really think can pass in a couple months as far as a smaller $2.5 million override perhaps that could last us 3 years, or something larger that could potentially last longer, but maybe not, given a likely decrease in income for the town? And I'm curious as to people's points of view on that.
Donna?
Madam Chair, as far as the information that was shared last night at the TRICOM meeting, I am giving that absolutely no weight whatsoever and will not consider it as part of this discussion. We found out last night that there was a subgroup and then called a working group of the Finance Committee that was never posted. There was no public input, no charge from any organization for them to do this. It's a precedent that I don't think we should allow, is to have some members of the public come forward with another budget recommendation. It would allow other people. Why couldn't another group get together and say, we're going to throw out what the town administrator is charged to do as part of his duties and responsibilities, and accept something from somebody who has not been through the same process?
And the answer is
he does not know the 12 years that he's been putting together a budget and has put that together. He has worked with all of his department heads. He's worked with the school superintendent. So I'm not in favor.
So your response is you were so defensive about the TA's position that you're not willing to consider a good idea no matter where it came from?
I am. I'm not willing in a legislative body to do something that is outside of our town charter. The Finance Committee does not have the authority to put together a budget. They are to recommend for the warrants and not to do what they did last night.
So if this was a good idea, you would vote against it.
I think you need to be recognized by the chairman.
I don't. I'm asking you a question. If this was a good idea, you would vote against it despite the fact that it would help residents of Grafton.
Madam Chair?
Donna, I'd like an answer to my question.
Madam Chair, I won't answer a question directly at me if it's through you.
Okay, let's, does anybody else have anything to ask or respond?
I do.
Peter, or?
Yeah, again, Madam Chair, thank you. So last night I asked a question during the working group and looking at the proposed cuts that were shared by both the town administrator and superintendent of schools, and asking, the question that what would be the delta to the average taxpayer if we were to pass any override this year for next year. And I believe the amount was approximately an average of $60, give or take. So I think that to the point of that, it's up to this board to really set the fiscal policy and to really understand where the town is in any financial situation, coupled with the needs, the critical needs that this town needs to just maintain. We're looking at a lot of uncertainties coming up in the near future here, but keep in mind that with the amount of people that have been furloughed and laid off due to, not because of economic downturn, but because they were told to stay home and not work, the inverse proportion of that will occur once the event has subsided. So even though that, people are comparing this to 2008 and the 1930s, although yes, on paper, looking at the percentages, they're much worse, but neither of those conditions were as a result of people having to be stayed home and not working. As soon as this passes, we all agree that people will be going back to work. It'll take time, yes, but it'll get better. I'm not inclined, I guess what I'm saying is that I'm inclined to go forward with this and let the town tell us and not give the opportunity or not give, and I think the board agrees with this, and not say no for the community to not have a decision in this. And if we go forward with a $4 million override, then we know we can cover at least our public safety liabilities that have been well known now for almost a year and a half. We knew this was coming, and we knew that there was going to be subsequent shortfalls for appropriate funding for education just to keep level services. And coupled with those two things, Grafton has always come out in support of those. I think how we implement this mechanism of what we're asking the town to say, can we raise it appropriate beyond what we're legally obligated to, is the role of this select board, is to set that policy. So let's say, for example, let's say next year, we're planning the following year's budget, and we realize, wow, this is a lot worse than what it is. Well, then maybe we judiciously as a board consider, we're not gonna raise the levy limit anymore than what is absolutely necessary, and do some of the wants that were kind of outlined when we were first discussing a $4 million override, but we just keep the wheels on the bus, or even just the frame together. So ideally, if we create a plan and we stick to a fiscal policy that people elect us to do, then we should judiciously be able to implement this mechanism of funding for more than 5 years. It could possibly last us 6, 7, 8 years. It's all dependent upon how much we want to raise the levy limit every year when the assessor comes into our office, okay, to see if we want to raise it appropriate to a certain amount. And it's ultimately up to town meeting to decide if whether or not they want to support a budget or not. And I know, to Tim's point is that, yeah, he balances a budget. He has to by law. So he balances a budget based on what we set when we raise it appropriate for funding. So if we tell him that you don't have all the funding that you have for your wants, then that's the direction that we give the town administrator to then fiscally implement. So I'm in favor of going forward with this. I think we need to do our jobs better. We need to be more involved in the policy, in the financial policy of this town, and get away from the past 15 years where we have been, I'll be honest with you, I mean, we haven't been, as a select board, very much involved with it unless we need to build something, or in 2014 when we realized, you know, the proverbial shit was going to hit the fan. So I do believe that we should go forward with this. I believe we should go forward with it now and let the people tell us ultimately what they want us to do. Thank you.
Doreen?
Yeah, I wanted to answer Ed's question. So I'm still in favor of the $4 million override over the 2.5 suggestion from last night, mainly because that's what we had originally voted on, and that's what was told to us was needed. But more so, I don't want to go back. I don't claim to know what the appetite is for an override right now. But I will say that I don't want to have an override vote for 2.5 years that passes and then almost immediately have discussions again that we're going to potentially need an override. I think we ask for, you know, at least 5 years out. And again, like you said, nobody really knows if that's possible in this current climate, but we have more of a chance of stretching out that 4 million, perhaps new growth. We don't know what's going to happen down the road, but it definitely buys us time. So I'm in support of the 4 million over the 2.5 million.
Yeah, just briefly, I want to thank Doreen and Peter for answering my question. I feel that, Doreen, and I guess my only concern is Proposition 2.5 is a funny thing, and it was never meant to be this. I don't think. If you fail somehow in municipal management, you're seeking an override. I think it always was meant to be a speed bump on the way to funding priorities. And if you're going to go over a certain percentage, you had to go back to the voters first to make sure that they were okay with it. The way it's been framed, I think really all my adult life hasn't been the correct way. I think the correct way to frame a Proposition 2.5 override is these are a 2.5% we expect to fulfill our ordinary expenses. And as Ray has pointed out, that's really a fiction these days. You really can't get away with it. It was a formula that was meant for 1980 and it doesn't apply anymore, but here we are anyway, and we're responsive to the voters. There's always two parts of this question. There is an economic part and then there's a political part. The economic part is we can all sit here and understand what our expenses are and what our priorities are and take those to the voters. But the political part about it is you've still got to convince voters that aren't showing up to Board of Selectmen meetings and FinCom meetings and school committee meetings that there is a need here, and we've all done our level best to depress the financial burden on them before we come back to them for more income. And I'll give you a modern example. I think people complain about college this way, right? So college costs rise and you go out and you get a student loan and there's a pass-through that just goes to the borrower for paying for increased college costs. With Proposition 2.5, you don't have that. And that's good for the voter. It's just unfortunate that we can't be nimble enough to recognize that in this situation, we are in shifting economic grounds. We really don't know what the economy is going to be like a year from now. We frankly don't know what it's going to be like 2 months from now. And we can't rhetorically stomach the idea of saying, okay, this is for now and we'll come back later. So I'm with you guys. You know, if there's a vote to be had on this, to approve the language, I'm there. It's just, you know, it's too bad that I think we can't have a more frank discussion about what Prop 2.5 means and maybe how better to manipulate the situation from an income perspective to be flexible enough to consider town needs now versus what they might be in 2024. That's all. But thank you.
Can I just get a clarification from Tim or Becca? Peter had mentioned that he thought the average cost to a taxpayer in the first year of this proposal was 60 grand, but that sounds low to me. So I just want to...
Madam Chair, I can clarify why I came up with that number, and then Tim and Becca can back me up on that. Last night, there was discussions about extreme additional cuts to salary freezes and so on and so forth. If those measures were to be implemented for next fiscal year, And I said, Tim, what would the delta you need to still make up the shortcomings? I believe he said about $300,000. As a matter of fact, I got that in my notes from last night's discussion. And I was really asking about, what would a first year override anything cost the average taxpayer, regardless of what that amount was, that's in the final language. And I was told approximately $60 to the average tax bill. If that was misspoken last night, then I apologize. I don't mean to put words in Tim or Becca's mouth, but that was the direct question I asked last night, and that was the direct answer, and that's how I interpreted the response.
If I may, just quickly, the memo we put together that Jay Cummings and I signed on March 3, the last page, page 4, I'm just looking at that very quickly because I know, this is under this scenario to get through, pre-COVID, the amount of money that was going to be needed to fund town operations in the school department with the override that were to pass would be a $316 difference. It really goes back to Peter's point. Town meeting decides how much to appropriate given the levy limit. So it depends. It's a bad answer, but it really depends, A, what we ask for, and B, what town meeting ultimately approves. But when we did the math on the need based on this number, it was $316 additional. And again, for every million you levy, it's 151, depending on value.
Okay, thank you. I do have some things in the Q&A. Daryl Reining, 30 Elliott Trail. I think you should wait a year, give the school committee time to replan. People are losing their jobs and are furloughed. You cannot just keep overriding. Then we have 2 questions, one from Justin Wood about answering Ed's question, and Dan Kusher, he'd like to ask Donna to answer. Justin said, can I please hear an answer to Ed's questions? Dan Kusher said, through you, Madam Chair, I'd like to ask Donna if she would reject any good idea for the override proposal and didn't come from the town administrator solely for the reason it didn't come from the administrator. Thank you. I am not gonna, Donna can answer if she'd like, but I'm not gonna push her to answer because I feel like we are moving past that. So do I have a motion for the wording, or are we still discussing, Peter?
Madam Chair, I'll make the motion. I move the board vote to approve the wording of the override ballot question as presented and place it on the next local town election ballot. The question: this is a vote to approve the wording of an override ballot question and to place on next local election ballot. The proposed wording is the following: shall the town of Grafton be allowed to assess an additional $4 million in real estate and personal property taxes for the purposes of funding the school department and municipal operating budget, $3.2 million, and the municipal capital stabilization fund, $800,000, for the fiscal year beginning July 1, 2021.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion? Peter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just going to be a few minutes here. I just want to go over something that I think that we as a select board should seriously consider when moving forward, if the town is gracious enough to grant us this additional funding, is that perhaps we have a future discussion based on this before it passing, that maybe we would hold off on using capital stabilization fund for the next couple of years. And to everyone's point made here about the economic uncertainties and the strains that people are going through for the past couple of months, that we judiciously go through this if the town approves it and set policies. That way it lessens the burden. Like I said, if we were to implement all this tomorrow, to Donna's point yesterday, it was going to cost the average taxpayer an additional $635 next year if it were to be 100% implemented. I'm not saying we do that. I'm saying that we take our time with this and we judiciously put this in place when we feel that it is not only appropriate for when we absolutely need it, but when us as a select board who has the political temperature of the town, okay, then can constitute implementing the components that is within the language of this article presented. So even though that there is a lot of numbers in there, it doesn't mean tomorrow that is 100% of what's going to be assessed. Like I said, I believe that, based on projections and stuff, that people are saying this may last 5 years, or this may last 6 or 7 years. Like I said, it depends on us having really good open discussions with key stakeholders within our town government about what their actual needs are, and really say, is this something that the town can afford? And then we can put this in front of them in town meeting, and then whether or not they want to approve it or not. So I do think that this is a good way of going about it. I think we can make it last longer if we can be judicious enough. And I think we can. We did a great job with the 2014. Tim and Becca and Jay and Dan and Finance Committee, everyone made money that we were sure was only going to last us 5 years, longer than what it was supposed to. And we had a lot of unknowns, okay? I say we use the same process here with this if it gets implemented. And I think that if we exercise the same judicial process, then we can make this last a lot longer. Thank you.
Madam Chair, may I jump in? I'm sorry.
Sure.
I made a mistake in what Peter read for the motion. It should be fiscal year beginning July 1, 2020. It's for the fiscal year beginning. So if you could, I think Ed seconded, so you just have to reread it, take out 2021 and make it 2020. It's 21 fiscal, but that starts on July 1, 2020. So it's a typo on my part. I apologize.
Madam Chair,
Peter.
I'd like the motion to reconsider my motion to reflect the change for fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2020.
Second.
Any further discussion? Donna?
Yes, I voted in favor on March 5th, just for the same purpose that Jen just identified, that wanted to put this in front of the voters. However, the last time we met as a select board, we had more information on the coronavirus. It was the beginning elements of it. And I expressed my concern for the people of this community who are having a huge financial hit, that we still don't know the extent of it. And it's now worse. And it's going to, as I said, no idea what the future holds. And I do not feel in my conscience that I can vote to put on the warrant a $4 million override that will affect the people of this community with an average home of about $360,000 with a $600 tax bill next year. And that would remain in place. And I'm sorry, but I will not support this evening.
Ed?
Thanks. I think Donna brings up a good point. There are a lot of people who are going to be justifiably alarmed at the situation that we find ourselves in and at the action that we're taking tonight. To those people, I would say this has been a long time coming. This wasn't something that came out of this crisis. This was something that unfortunately we found ourselves in the middle of during this crisis. And unfortunately, there are two crises upon us. Number one is the COVID pandemic. And number two is a financial crisis that has been building for 5 years. And I'm sorry if that is news to people. It has not been news to me. And there are people on this board that have done their level best to be open and honest about where this was going all along, and that 2020 would be a difficult time. All right. And what we don't want to do is compound a problem so that when you go and look at your stock portfolio a year from now, not only has that been negatively affected, but also that your home value is negatively affected, that the quality of your police and fire department services are negatively affected, that the quality of your children's education is negatively affected, and that people in this community have been laid off because we didn't stay the course on a plan that frankly has been in place for a while. So while I respect the opinion of people that are alarmed about this, and I understand why under the circumstances, they might be hesitant to trust us with a little bit more money. I want to assure you that some of us have seen this coming, and we are going to do our level best, again, to work with the Finance Committee, no matter which members come up with good ideas, and work with the school committee to make sure that we are spending your money wisely. Go to the Finance Committee website, go to Grafton TV, watch the FinCom meetings, and ask us hard questions about what our priorities are. For me, it's pretty straightforward. I want to see the schools provide the same level of services that they've provided over the past 5 years, and we want to maintain that investment because that is one of our core values in town. We want to make sure that our fire department is equipped not only with equipment, but with staff, so that when they answer the call, they're safe and they can keep you safe. That is our goal going forward. Without this money, you're looking at making the problem worse. We're looking at less income from the state next year. We're looking at less income from excise tax next year. We're looking at less income from meals tax next year. And we're looking at probably no income from the marijuana money that we were counting on, and we told you just a couple months ago that we would have to stem the tide. So if you want to wait another year, it's only going to be worse, and it's only going to cost you more. Have some discipline. We'll get through this, and that's the plan.
I have, Doreen, can I just do a couple Q&As? I'm sorry, it is a little difficult to focus on the meeting and do this at the same time. I have Daryl Reining at 30 Elliott Trail. I think passing this right now is extremely insensitive to everyone living in Grafton, people with children and without. Also from Daryl Reining, totally understand that this has been building. It is not going to kill the schools to hold off and have more time to understand the town's circumstances. We have a comment from Greg Marr. The increase to the average tax bill to the override would not be $600 next year. That's the increase in the average tax bill for the entire amount of the override. The average increase is $151 per million raised and appropriated by the select board. That would only be $600 next year if the select board voted to raise and appropriate the entire $4 million in the first year, and that the town meeting approved that amount. Yeah, I think we talked about that. Mark Johnson, 19 Hilltop Street. Ed's opinion is perfect for someone who has not been financially impacted by the current pandemic. Justin Wood, 5 Garden Street. Through the chair for Donna. I know some of these questions I'm very uncomfortable reading.
By the way, my wife was laid off. We've lost 1/3 of our income, so thank you. Yes.
There's parts of these comments that I'm really not comfortable reading. I think it's meaningful. This is another part of the comment. I think it's meaningful to give the town residents the option to vote in favor of being sure our town and safety services. The residents themselves can determine the value of the override and their money against their own personal needs. There are many avenues for assistance for anyone who has trouble affording taxes, and those residences could then apply for these avenues of help even through Grafton Strong. So those are the last comments. Doreen, I saw your hand.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that I'm never in favor of asking our community for an override, but I will say that education, our fire department, these are things we've had discussions for a long time about the needs, and I'm comfortable and confident that we've had enough discussions to know that we're asking for an override for a very good reason, because we need this money in order to operate at a level service and to have a funded fire department. The fact that we have a community of 20,000 people and we have a volunteer fire department is, seems okay until we need them. And so I would say to people who are not, in favor of this vote, that I ask you to get out and vote. I'm one person sitting on a board who wants to give the opportunity to the residents of this town to determine, do you want this override or not? I don't want to make that decision and say no and not put an override on the ballot. I want to leave it to the community, knowing that we have sat here and done this work and determined, all of these people have determined that this money is needed to keep level services and COVID and layoffs, and we're all dealing with that. So putting the vote out to the community and seeing if this is something that there's an appetite for is where I stand. It doesn't mean that I'm in favor of asking the community for an override. It's a very hard decision to make as a board member, but I'm supporting it because I want to put it out to the people. I don't want it to be my decision. That's all.
Okay, I'm sorry, I have to go back to these comments. Justin commented again that OML requires reading them, I am told. So I will read the first part of his question. Through the chair for Donna, do you think you know better about people's finances than the voters themselves if you think the town residents would vote to approve the override if they can't afford it? And then we'll go from Eric Swenson, 59 Depot Street. My question is for board member Stock. Why won't you allow the voters to decide whether they want to spend more money or not by voting no? We're not putting this on the warrant. The town doesn't get to make that choice. From Marilyn Kusher, I would appreciate the board putting the override on the ballot so I can vote for it. We, the residents, deserve the right to vote, yay or nay. 3 Lincoln Lane. We have another comment. Why are the questions being censored? They're not, but some of the questions are. I'm trying to read them the best I can. There's a lot of them and it's getting late, so, but I will read them as they come in. Elizabeth Spinney, 71 Potter Hill Road. Our schools have been the hero of the crisis for us in Grafton, not only pulling together an entirely new curriculum format multiple times as the situation evolves so that our children don't fall behind, but also stepping up right away to provide meals for students who need them. Teachers and administrators are providing comfort through interactive meetings, online story readings, and even a daily show that kids don't lose their connection to school and friends, which is so important. And yet when the schools need us most, the very idea that we would turn our back on them is appalling. The school's dire need is not going away. It may be a more difficult ask now, but it's one we need to make. Let me see this. Justin Wood, who asked why they were being censored. That's important for OML. You can nominate the clerk or staff to read the questions too. Okay, yes, I know that. I was trying to keep everything going. I'm reading all of the questions. Mark Johnson, 19 Hilltop Street. Should the proposed override be approved at ballot? Will the town be prepared if the homeowners get to the point they cannot pay their tax bill? Do mortgage lenders continue to pay residential property taxes when mortgage payments are delinquent? So those were a whole bunch of comments and questions. So we have a motion on the floor, but if anybody wishes to respond to any of this, you can.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
Just one more clarification too. Didn't we already vote in favor of the override on March 5th, and that this is a vote to clarify the language only? Yes.
Yeah.
Just clarify.
Okay, so I do have a motion and a second. Is there any further, Donna? I see.
Yeah. In light of the comments, I will say once again, I voted for the override to give the voters the opportunity to vote on this. However, in the face of this pandemic crisis that is affecting this global economy, I do not feel comfortable in my role serving the entire community to go forward with this vote for this amount at this time. I'm an advocate for the public schools. I'm an advocate for our public safety. I'm an advocate for our health providers, etc. That's what I'm doing for the community right now.
Madam Chair, can you move the question?
Second.
Yes. I'm sorry, it is, those video meetings do have challenges, and maybe I should switch it over to Becca to handle this question and answer, because it's very distracting. This is from Sally Burke. By censored, I'm referring to a question the chair mentioned she was not comfortable reading it. I'm not understanding that. I will answer to that. These comments are coming in, but in a normal meeting, the comments usually pertain to what we're discussing. So just some of that, there's additional stuff, and that's what I was uncomfortable with, but I'm reading them. Sally Burke, I don't understand why I think I already read that one, won't allow the voters to vote on it. Justin Wood, who was the person who asked why the questions were being censored, because you stated it was a comment and I never stated who, so I just did. It was Sally Burke. Eric Swenson, board member Stock, my follow-up question would be, what is your alternative if you do not support the previous language?
Jen, Madam Chair, can I just interrupt for a second? You know, just like you were running a regular meeting, it's up to the chair to determine if they take comments or not. There's no obligation for you to take comments and read them. The record will be the record when we publish this, and those files can be available and other people can read them. So you're under no obligation to do that. One member of this board voting no does not keep this off of the ballot. I want to just, maybe that's, people are concerned. Once you get a majority to vote yes, it's going on regardless of who voted no. So I worry that people are hung up on that particular piece because it's going to move forward if you have a majority of the board to put it on. It'd be nice to have everyone, but guess what? We're not always going to get everybody. So those are my only two pieces. I just wanted to make you aware of those two particular facets.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on that motion? Hearing none, all in favor by roll call.
Carlson, aye.
DeFazio, aye.
Doc, nay.
Frisbee, aye.
Thomas, aye. Okay, next, the motion is carried, a vote of 4-1. The next is a vote to sign the election warrant. Andy, this is something for her again.
Welcome back, Candy.
It's pretty straightforward. I know, Candy, you can speak to it, but you just went through it all now. You just like you would for the town meeting warrant. This is the election warrant that you had to get this language that you just worked through extensively to her before the 13th so she can print ballots. So, Candy, is there anything else to add to that?
That's it.
Okay, Peter?
Madam Chair, there is specific election warrant language in here that actually refers to the day of the week. If you read just readings, just want to make sure that we have the right days of the week, whatever needs to be in here, Candy. So that way we're just covered. I'm okay with approving it tonight with the consideration that this might change.
So if you want to wait to sign it, you can, because you voted on the language, so that's up to you.
Just a clarification, Madam Chair, to Candy, what do you mean by the dates change? You picked the date for the election. If that gets changed.
No, if they're going to sign it, that's fine, but the warrant has to be posted at least 2 weeks in advance. So I think the end goal was to get everything signed in this one meeting, discussed and signed. So I only gave the information of that, so I don't have the warrant in front of me as to how you're receiving it, unfortunately, right now. So that's why I was just saying, because I don't have it in front of me either. So.
All right, we can, if the chair allows, we'll let Becca share. It's the same language I sent to you and Kramer earlier to make sure we're all on the same page if the board was so inclined. So it's that document, but if Becca can pull that up with the permission of the chair.
Yes.
We can all look at it and know what you will sign eventually.
Becca, are you sharing?
Yes, I'm pulling it up. Just give me 1 minute.
Okay. Are you able to share the screen? Thank you. So, what was the question again, Peter? Can you clarify what you're worried about?
Yeah, I just want to make sure what we decided earlier tonight, where it says at the last sentence there, at the locations, 105 Millbury Street on Tuesday, comma, the blank day of blank of 2022 at 8:00 a.m. to 8:00 p.m. So I just want to make sure that that Tuesday date, the day of the week, because it is relevant to the language here on this, just want to make sure that we're not going to run into a problem. That's all. If we went to approve this tonight, again, just doing our due diligence and reading these things and making sure we're doing the right thing.
Okay. Yes.
I was gonna say, that would be right. We would just fill in the 23rd of June, 2020 is what we would put. And Tuesday's fine.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Candy. Appreciate that. Thanks for sharing that, Becca.
Okay. I'm sorry, I lost track. Did we have a motion?
We don't have a motion yet.
Okay.
I'll make a motion. Madam Chair, I move the board vote to approve the town election warrant as presented.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor by roll call?
Carlson, aye.
Stark, aye.
Frisbee, aye.
Thomas, aye. Right, the motion has passed. The next thing on the agenda is also gonna take up a lot of time, and I feel so bad for Ray and Nick. And so I am gonna just skip ahead because they're gonna give a coronavirus update. I don't think it's gonna take that long, and I'm just gonna, they've been here all night and been so patient. So Nick, is that okay? And Ray, if we just skip ahead real quick and get that taken care of. You gotta unmute yourself, right, Nick?
Yeah, Tim, do you want to kick this one off?
Yeah, I mean, you can never predict how long things will take, but basically, I wanted to update the board under my report, which would have segued into this. But basically, Ray, the chief, Board of Health, Nick, Marianne, and Pam, have had a coordinated effort to make sure we have a flattening of the curve effect for all first responders and even the people who work and provide services every day. So we took those measures early on from the 16th until now. Board of Health met last night. That gave some broad guidance and authority to Nick over, the PPE and protective gear, which part of this discussion was around. So I just wanted, the board, I want the board to be as comfortable as they can be with how we're managing this under the governor's orders. That's why I wanted all these folks on the particular call, but it's a little out of context because I can't take you through all the measures we've taken from an operational standpoint, because that would be unfair to them. So I want the board to ask questions of Ray and Nick, and if the chief's still on, for the particular coordination of the efforts surrounding COVID-19. So, Nick, you've done stuff because of your work at the state, and then obviously with the fire department, and then Ray and emergency management. I don't know if you have a general overview in terms of the coordinated effort of PPE and other equipment.
Let me just throwing it out from the emergency management side. Obviously, we're on a national emergency here. So the role of emergency management at the local, state, and federal level is to bring together the players to coordinate the action and to support them. So our role is, as in this case for the personal protective equipment primarily, is to make sure that we have each of the separate groups in Grafton have got enough to run right now. And the directive from from MEMA is that we keep at least 7 days of supplies to make sure that we are able to stay operational. That is, but nobody has a really good firm idea about how many patients are going to start happening. And we know from Charlie Baker, we are obviously under the control of the governor's directives on these, that we are looking at a very substantial uptick coming for the 14th of April onwards. And there are, there have been statements already made that to be expecting this thing to continue to increase until it plateaus out, but expect that this may extend out into the fall. So we are being very conscious about how much resources are out there, that we have the ability to still provide the emergency services for our townspeople while protecting our public servants doing this work. And it includes the obvious of the fire, the police, working with the health on this one. It also includes making sure our wastewater and drinking water systems stay operational, that they have enough resources and protection to keep them operating, keeping the systems running and stay healthy. We are in very, very unusual territory on this. We're making a lot of guesses on the fly here. So we are keeping some of the resources back while we try and figure this out. One of the earlier questions was how much of a particular type of respirator or mask or such. We are working these questions with Mass Emergency Management every day. We are doing reporting in on what our workflow capability is, what our levels of personal equipment is, what we have that we think we can spare, and particularly in that issue, we have been advised if you've got extra, just hold on to it right now because we just don't know where this is going. So we do have a little bit of extra right now. That just gives us more flexibility in it right now. We also have, I said, our own priorities that we are focusing on protecting Grafton, but we also have some relationships through the MRC with 12 other towns in this area. We also have relationships with 7 of the other surrounding towns, almost the same overlay, kind of sister towns for this as well, that we are working our sharing, for us at home, and then our neighboring towns that we already have set up relationships with. And this is all blessed by MEMA. So we are putting our best foot forward to make sure that we keep as many of these programs up and running as we can. And if things start getting a little tighter, as we expect it to be, we will be increasing our ask for equipment from MEMA. We have a little bit as a Band-Aid stopgap in between because there is a lag period about how this is happening. The good side is that they've kind of split the resources as they come in. One set is being dedicated and managed through public health, which is going to the hospitals, the nursing homes, the paid ambulance services, etc. The other part is going in that MEMA is managing, which is to support the first responders, the critical infrastructure people, the essential employees. So we've got a pretty good balance going right now. There's different sources of supplies and equipment coming in for the 2 different split groups, but we're kind of in steady state right now. But we are planning for it to get worse, probably much worse in the near future.
Thank
Nick,
you, Nick.
can you just cover, I'm sorry, just, Madam Chair, if I may, just
Go ahead.
the ambulance component that Ray worked so hard on to get 3 communities to have 1 ambulance, thankfully with no fee to us, but you did coordinate with them in terms of their response. So I don't know if you can cover that a little bit.
Yeah, at the end of last week, we were talking to MedStar, our ambulance service, and they had said that they do not have enough respirators to get them through the end of the week. And that they were begging and scrounging, and they were able to come up with 100 more respirators, which got them a few more days of capability to stay active. And they are absolutely a very spear tip of this effort for us. We were able to advocate a little bit through the public health side, so they have now got 1,000 more respirators, which keeps them a lot more operational into the future. But that is a high priority to make sure that we preserve our EMS capability.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions for Nick? I see Peter's hand went up.
Yeah, hi, Nick. Thank you very much for that update. I know it's a grim topic, and I think you guys are handling this very well. I would like to know, is there anything that we, the select board, can do to support you or the efforts in help assisting in getting additional equipment? Is there a role that you see us playing that we may not be aware of that you could share with us today?
we are debating between the neighboring towns, and I had just raised this again, I raised this to Tim, that it may be useful for us declaring the state of emergency for Grafton to match with the other towns in the area. But I would suggest, as you began this conversation about having an additional funds to be able to cover some of the areas that we are unable to cover, we've had a lot of parameters put on us about what we can invest our effort and time on. There will be additional things that make sense, but we just can't really do it. I mean, we're going to pool all of our resources across all the town agencies in one central location to make sure that we're equipping a small category of things: masks, face shields, exam gloves, things like that. But there's going to be other things, as Tim had brought up, about you need to soften the blow for certain parts of it needs to be done in a very nimble fashion, and that will be outside the emergency management side. So just bear in mind what we can do to be a little bit, we're focusing on the center, really critical services piece, but there'll be things at the edge which we just don't have enough bandwidth to handle right now. And we look to you guys to kind of, what else can we do to make this better?
Thank you.
Ed, do you have a question?
I do, Nick. Thank you very much. In fact, I'm sorry, I was supposed to call you earlier this weekend. I got caught up with a ton of things, but now that I have you here, I have a couple quick questions for you. I know that Grafton has a supply of PPE that includes about 460 N95 masks and about 1,300 other assorted masks. What's the plan for distributing those? Who are you guys working with? How is the MRC helping with that? When did that effort start?
It has already started. The MRC is part of the 12 towns. So that was one of the first questions on that was who actually controls that cache of supply? We had found out that it was the MRC, that it was because it was their assets, we wanted to make sure that all the way up to state MRC coordination was given us the authority to be able to use it as we saw fit. And we have gotten that. It took a little bit of time. There's still a little bit of trying to make sure that we identify. I don't think anybody's going to question where we're sending it for right now, but the intent of that amount of additional masks and stuff is more of the Band-Aid. It sounds like it's a decent number of pieces of equipment, but it's not that much in the fact that we're having to keep sending out 10 here, 10 there, working with the other towns who are asking it in the immediate area. Think of that as just the Band-Aid amount that we have in our cache to be able to use for us for immediate shortfalls. If I place an order with MEMA today that says the fire department is out of their N95 masks, no other department has got it, I need a delivery right now, I'm probably still looking 2 weeks out because of the lag period. And that's from the cache and competing against the other critical sources. If I waited on a vendor, I'm looking 12 to 16 weeks out now.
What's the genesis of the 2-week delay there?
It's taking that long to go through and trying to split out against other needs. There's a lot of reconciliation that's going on between every fire department, every ambulance service, every police department to make sure that they are keeping a 7-day supply in everybody's hands. So we had placed an order through Grafton Fire at the beginning of this for example, a couple of masks, a couple of this and the other. The fire department had almost nothing. They have been able to put a stock in every one of their fire trucks, which depleted our amounts. We're able to backfill some of that from some MRC, some other sources as well.
Mm-hmm.
So also as an example, the surgical masks that we have, a small number of those are going to be going to the school department to help with the feeding program. It's a very small amount given with a very big bang to it. So that's what we're trying to make sure happens. So think of it more as a Band-Aid right now, but that could be drawn down in a weekend.
Sure. I guess my only question is, obviously everybody's trying to adjust to the situation a little bit on the fly. And maybe this is a question for later, but what can we learn about this and our operational efficiency and how we respond to these things to get the masks in the hand of people that need them more quickly? And I mentioned offhand earlier, my wife had been let go at her job. She was an occupational therapist at Beaumont. And obviously that staff right now is dealing with bringing on an influx of patients. And all I heard were stories about people going into rooms, not knowing whether or not they were treating somebody that had COVID, asking someone for a mask, being told they didn't need one. It's just a nightmare. It's a nightmare for people on the front lines.
Well, the guidance about what level of protection you needed was something that did kind of hold us up in the beginning as well. We didn't want to use, we were getting the message up front that unless you were actually working the patient right in the patient's face, and that patient was coughing and spewing,
right,
you would need an N95 mask. Everybody else was perfectly fine to use just a surgical mask if they were 6 feet away and didn't need anything even more distant than that. But you can see by CDC News today, you know, they're suggesting that everybody who walks out the house has something across their face. So
Right.
this has been extremely fluid. And we guessed that something like this was probably happening. So we wanted to play this out a little slower so that we didn't release critical assets and then go, oh, I really wish we hadn't done that. That we didn't
sense.
burn our best for something that didn't need the best and then have our ambulance service all of a sudden fall shy. So we want to be able to maintain that level of flexibility. But we're talking to MEMA. I'm talking to MEMA once or twice a day to talk about workforce and to talk about what we have for critical supplies for all of our departments. We're talking with MEMA for our weekly briefings on where this thing is going. We're getting a daily briefing from MEMA on the situational report so we can see the pattern. And we're doing a lot of reading the tea leaves here across the board, even up to the federal level. We're doing a lot of guessing. So we're erring on the side of the most protective right now. But, you know, these supplies are going to be gone pretty darn quick.
Okay, thank you.
It's a professional guess where we're going with this right now to be the most protective.
Madam Chair? Just a follow-up question to what Nick had mentioned earlier. Nick, you mentioned something about a town-declared state of emergency earlier. Is that something that a town can do? Did I understand that correctly?
Yes.
And who has the authority to implement a town-wide state of emergency?
Tim, I think, well, Tim and Ray, I mean, I think the town administrator can declare it under the advice of the emergency manager.
Madam Chair, I ran this by, because there were a couple, Upton was like one of the first communities that declared a town-wide state of emergency. And I went to David Meridian, I went to legal counsel. You know, the state of emergency declared by the governor, whatever rights, responsibilities, and or refunding of costs will be given to us whether we declared it officially at a meeting or not. So there was no need in my mind to declare it. There wouldn't be anything you couldn't do from a decision-making standpoint right now. So if you wanted to say there's a curfew, you could do that, but you would still, you know, you would have to do that whether you had a declared state of emergency or not. So I'm just giving it as an example.
Yeah. It does help for procurement issues.
Upside to doing.
We want to do emergency procurement, but right now there's not a lot out there to procure.
Yeah, and right now the state of emergency that the state declared, that the governor declared, encompasses all the cities and towns in Massachusetts. So for us to declare a state of emergency in Grafton, if it was an individual situation like a brush fire out in California that wiped out a town, that's a different situation. But the state declares, then the towns and municipalities are all fall in line to that.
I was of the same opinion on it, but I'm doing a little bit more research on it from the other towns. They have all declared, a number of other towns in the area have declared it, and I don't understand quite yet why, but you know, if we're the only one that isn't declaring it, I'm just trying to figure out whether that makes a difference for us. I just want to make sure we're in the best possible position.
I'm sorry, I need to just step away for 2 minutes. So Doreen, can you manage this conversation and I'll be right back?
Sure can.
Okay, thank you.
So just as a follow-up to that, Ray and Nick, I appreciate that explanation, and Tim, you know, I think it might be wise if you guys can figure out if there is any benefit. And I know what you're saying, Ray, like if there was like a massive flood from the Black Zone and it wiped out, you know, South Grafton, you know, and that would make sense, that the towns would implement their own individual state of emergencies. But if there is anything, I just want to make sure our town is being as proactive as possible to make sure that if there is any procurement prioritization based on that indication, and just, I want to know who makes that call. Okay. First, I've never heard of a town being able to call a state of emergency, but I think it's good to know like who has that, who's got the finger on that button.
Peter, the state of emergency, if there was one in town, would be declared by the Board of Selectmen. Board of Selectmen are the CEOs of the town. If there was a town manager in place, then that town manager is the CEO of the town and could make that declaration, but it would be the board's call.
I appreciate that. Thanks, Ray. Okay.
All right, thank you. Any other questions for Nick specifically? All right, is there anything, Pam, that you want to add as an update?
I know right now I am the director of CERT, and I take the direction from GMA, of course, working closely with everybody else that's been involved. From my perspective, what I see, as Nick was stating, we don't know where this is going. We've been very proactive. We continue to be proactive, but there's a lot of moving parts. I think we are erring on the side of caution and holding on to, as Nick stated, what it is that we have. And as far as exploring all the other towns around, we look at trends every single day of what's happening. And this being the latest of our town not going into a town state of emergency per se, and what the benefits are of that, and where we should be looking. You know, we're all trying to look at least 2, 3, 4 weeks out, not knowing where we're going, and trying to do the best we can for the town.
I'm back. Thank you, Doreen. Ed, did you have a comment?
Yeah, just one quick thing. You know, my only concern about that comment is we have 350 something Massachusetts communities. If everybody is holding on to what they have over the course of the next couple of weeks, there is going to be an overwhelming wave of patients going to healthcare. Are we at all concerned that we're going to be sitting on a supply that could be used at a facility someplace while we're waiting for, I don't know, some eventuality that has yet to be identified?
A good example would be like the ambulance service. They were on the edge of having nothing. They did not know when their next refill was going to come, and they had 1,000 masks was the next logical refill on it. Our 460 masks that, well, it's been depleted a good bit since then. It's more in the order of 300 and something now. But that would have been a drop in the bucket to keep the ambulance service for another week or two in operation. So we are discussing this, and I have specifically discussed this with MEMA to say, look, we've got a bit more than what we're needing for our 7-day supply right now. Just bear that in mind. And they're like, you keep a hold of it. They're directing us to keep a hold of that stock right now until, because it's better to have a little bit here, a little bit there. There are not a lot of towns that have this small amount of additional stock that we have right now. But we are very willing to make it available to anybody in need. And like I said, just think of it as a Band-Aid, because it's not enough to make a significant dent right now.
Madam Chair, can I just add on to that?
Yes.
Working with MEMA, we get direction from the state MRC to release for a purpose that did any of you are worried about. We'll get that, and we will release them. Right? I mean, that's the mechanism. Those two agencies say, hey, there's a need here. You have 6 boxes. We're going to get them there, correct?
Yes. Yes.
Any further questions for? All right. Thank you so much for providing an update, guys. Sorry to keep you up so late. I really do appreciate it. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Ask if you have questions.
Thank you very much, everyone. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Night. All right. So sorry, thank you for doing that. I just, they've been sitting here all night, so I understand we've all been sitting here all night. So we are going to go back to approve the town administrator's 2020 to 2024 employment contract, employment agreement. So I have a bit to say to set it up. There's been a lot of questions about the process and such. So we have been discussing the town administrator's contract renewal for a long time. We received an email in December from the TA asking me to consider opening negotiations. I met with the board and I got approval from the select board to enter into the negotiating process. The same process was started 13 months ago when Craig Dauphiné was elected or we voted to allow him to go into contract negotiations, and that didn't go any further. So this has been something that we've been talking about for a long time. Anyway, after when I did receive that email, I contacted Mark Terry. Mark is our labor counsel. I wanted to make sure that I followed all of the guidelines and the procedures so that we were doing this correctly. So I've been in contact with him. Over the following months, the way it works, it's an employee contract negotiation. So the board gave me permission to negotiate with Tim, and then I would bring back information from him, and I would bring, we went back and forth, and we went back and forth for several months. And then we came to terms. So that's why we meet in executive session, is to go over this. So I've had some questions about why are we doing this negotiation behind closed doors? It's an employment negotiation. I mean, the same with the teacher's contract or any other employee contract. You do the negotiations behind closed doors and you announce a contract in open session. So this next step is that we announce the contract and we vote on the contract in open session. At that point, the contract becomes a public document. Up until this point, it is not a public document. So I'm going to try to answer a lot of the questions, why now? He has a year left. It's a year from today, but we need to notify the town administrator in November if we wish to extend the contract or not. So it's not a full year. It is more than that, or it is less than that. And it is customary to negotiate over a long period of time, even a year out. The school does that with the teacher's contract, other contracts that we've had in town. It is customary to start those negotiations early to make sure that you can come to terms. So 3 years ago, and just for history's sake, 3 years ago we did the same thing. We signed a contract extension with 1 year remaining on the town administrator's contract on the previous contract. So did we do this before? Have we done this before? Is there precedent? Yes. 3 years ago, we did the same thing. We signed a new contract when there was 1 year left on the town administrator's contract. And you might ask why we do that. And when you're negotiating a contract, when you want somebody to stay and you want them to commit to us, you want them to stay, and you don't have any money to offer, a job security becomes a big factor. So a contract extension, if you want somebody to stay, can add to that. So we did it 3 years ago, and we're doing it again today. So I want our town administrator to commit to Grafton. He has so far, and the relationship we've been very fortunate to have him. I believe that it's in the best interest of the town to keep him. We can't expect him to commit to us if we don't commit to him. I think having Tim in this position is the best for the health and safety of the community. Our lives have drastically changed over the last month. I'm thankful grateful that we have an experienced town administrator during these times. He's been prioritizing the safety of the public and the employee. He has been leading us through this time. Donna?
Jen, you're going in and out for me.
Okay, I'll get closer to the mic.
Thank you.
So I do think the timing is appropriate. I know a lot of people do not, but for me, we are in a time of crisis. Why would we look to not keep our town administrator who is running our response to this crisis? So I do want to go over the changes in the contract so everybody knows what the changes are to this new contract from the previous contract. The very first changes is in the salary section. So this new contract for year one, fiscal year 21, there is a 0% increase in salary. So our town administrator has agreed to take nothing in the first year. And the severance clause goes from 6 months to 12 months. So that means if the severance package only comes into play if he is fired without cause. If he is fired with cause, the severance does not come into play at all. I talked to Mark specifically about that severance, and he said it has been common practice lately to keep, in order to keep experienced town administrators, a lot of towns are switching to that 12 months. In the second year, the contract is up to an 8.5% increase. Now I want to stress that that is an up to, that is not an automatic. That decision will be made by the select board next April on what that increase would be. But originally, before this crisis, when we were talking about a contract, that number helps get to our town administrator up to be comparable with other town administrators in the area. But again, it is an up to, it is not an automatic. In year two, the deferred comp goes from 17.5 to 19.5, and that is based on the new IRS guidelines that we put it into the contract. In years 3 and 4, it stays the same as the current contract under salary. It is an up to number as well. It is an up to 5%. I believe I have covered my things. Do I have anything? Do I have any comments from the board?
Madam Chair. Thank you for the summary. I appreciate that. I think you summed up the changes to the contract extremely well. I would like to make a procedural motion to table the decision on this contract tonight, because like other contracts that this board has agreed to in the past, the contract language and everything that we're agreeing upon is usually in the meeting packet and available to the public. And whereas you're saying that this is not a public document, because the motion that we'll read tonight, employment agreement as presented, kind of to me is not the way that was to be typically done. So in fairness, and I read a lot of letters earlier today for about a good half hour. I think it might be good practice on a transparency level to just put this off to next week. I'm not saying, never have the vote, but just allow the public for at least a week to see what this contract looks like. I think it's important that we show that level of transparency going forward. So I hereby will motion that we table this decision tonight and put it on our next meeting agenda with the contract language in the packet for the public to see.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. I'm just trying to, again, I am trying to follow the policy and procedure set forth by our Labor Council. And my understanding is that the proper process is that the contract can't be out into the public until we sign it. It is not a public document until we sign it.
So the public then has no opportunity to see the terms before we sign it?
Correct.
Then I want to hear from Labor Council on that.
Yeah, Madam
That makes
Chair,
absolutely no sense to me.
I would want to hear it too. And by the way, I believe you did your due diligence, but I would have some follow-up questions. I think that would be fair about how to present this in a more transparent way. I've done this with subsequent contracts with both the superintendent and also teacher negotiation contracts. So either there's a huge disconnect with Merrick O'Connell in the process, or something has changed. And if that's the case, I would really want legal counsel to explain that to me. Just as, you know, and that's why I think just motion to table this until the next meeting and get some clarification.
Same here. As an attorney, I'm telling you the law works in ways that make more sense than you would think. The law does not disfavor public discourse. The law does not disfavor transparency. I would be shocked if somebody told me that we couldn't go to the public with terms on a contract that we had said in executive session that we were fine with to go forward and discuss for further input. You, the three, Doreen, Donna, and Jen, all had a real problem when you didn't get enough public input for a host community agreement. And you hung me out to dry on that. But now here we're talking about this contract, and all of a sudden it has to be voted on tonight without public input. So I agree with Peter. Let's table this until we can get some additional input.
Madam Chair.
Sorry, go ahead, Doreen. I'm just trying to find the email from Mark Terry. Go ahead.
That's okay. I disagree. This is the policy is that the public does not get input on this contract. That's why it's in. Sorry, Peter. I just want to finish. That's why it's an executive session. I disagree.
Madam
Donna?
Chair, for a point, I'm sorry, Donna.
No. Peter, go ahead.
The public doesn't have a right to make comments, period, on any of our agenda items. That is up to the select board to do that. We are a public body that holds a meeting in public, not a public hearing. That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking that we follow the procedure with every other contract that we've ever done and do what I know is the right way to do this. And that if you're going to have a public agenda item that the board of directors, select board, is going to be deciding on, then that information needs to be, because right now, all this says is, I move the board to vote to approve the administrator's 2020-2024 employment agreement as presented. And next on the agenda is discussion of coronavirus update. So right. I would say that, yes, you're absolutely right, Doreen. Public doesn't have a right. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that earlier in this meeting, I spent a good time reading a lot of letters for and against. And like I said, and we allowed public to actually comment on support during our public discourse, public input. But what I'm getting at is, let the public see what they're really saying yay or nay to. And maybe we'll get some more letters of support next week. Just saying, throwing that out there. But the way I've always done the contracts and the way I've done it in the school board and in the way that we've always practiced is that once it comes out of executive session, it now becomes a public document because it is on the agenda. And it doesn't become actionable until the board actually accepts it. So even though we haven't accepted it yet, I would disagree with the way or the methodology in which they're saying that this is not a public document until we vote and sign it.
Also, we're discussing the terms in public. This is now a public document. This is subject to public reflection. We're discussing this in public.
Madam Chair, is there any way we can put the contract? Is there any way we can put the contract up on the screen for the public to see?
I honestly don't think that that's what's required at this. This is our responsibility to negotiate a contract with the town administrator, just as it is the school committee's role and responsibility to hire and fire a superintendent and negotiate his contract. It's done in executive session. We're here to make a vote on whether or not we're agreeing with the contract, and then it becomes public.
Donna, why don't you want public input on this?
We had it. We had a half an hour of it.
When? No one talked about the TA's contract. There's been no public input on the TA's contract. This is a public document. Don't you think the public should have input on this? You came up twice in Bruce Spinney's host community agreement to offer input on that. Isn't this more important?
It's not the same when you're negotiating contracts. All of them are done in executive sessions.
No, not all of them are done in executive session, but so what if this one was negotiated in executive session? Now we have the opportunity to let the public have input on their town administrator.
I disagree.
Madam Chair, any other municipal contract, like a police contract, anything else, it does not require public input. This is our decision as a board.
But you're deciding not to allow public input.
It's not a decision, Ed. It's this is the job of the board to do this, and we had opportunity. People can write in right now. We had a half an hour of emails read to help us make a decision. We've been doing this for months, so it's not.
We've been doing this for months in executive session, but we have the discretion to allow public comment if we want it. Now, I've watched all of you run for office, and I've heard all of you say you're collaborative and you want public input, and you are striving for public input, and you want a public input on the override, you want a public input on the host community agreement, you want a public input on everything else, but now this is your guy, and you don't want public input. What's the difference?
I did the same thing as a school committee member.
Well, you shouldn't have, but what's the difference here?
Wait a minute, guys. I think I'm getting at two different things here, okay? And I want to just interject that the rationale for me to want to table this is to just have the language in the packet that we're going to be approving. And you're absolutely right. Donna, Doreen, Jen, it is, and it is our role, it is our yes or no. It is not a public hearing that we're discussing.
No,
All I'm saying is this is something that the process in which this is that I have always been prescribed to me, and I've done chair now for several years, and the employment negotiation situations is the exact same for public employees. So all I'm saying is I do have a question of Mark Terry about when it becomes public and when it doesn't, especially once it comes out of executive session like it has, but more importantly, like with any other contract, it should be in the packet like we've done with everything else, with anybody else. Because you can redact the personal identifiable information, you can do all of that like we do with anything else, but you can put it in there, and I'm saying that's what I've always done. And if the committee tonight doesn't agree to table this and wants to take its position, then I can in good faith do that, because that's just not the way I operate. I operate in a very judicious way, and I believe the way that I'm proposing covers that. Thank you.
Becca, you can put the contract up if you would like.
Or the language, sorry, Madam Chair, but that's what Peter was asking for, is let the public see the language of what we're asking.
Madam Chair, not about in the meeting here. It is about being able to put this in the packet so anybody in the public who's not in this meeting right now can go and take a look at it and see what we are going to be approving at the next meeting. That's all I'm asking. I'm not asking.
We had a discussion at the executive session tonight. How do we post it into the packet? It doesn't make sense.
For the next meeting. It's easy.
All right,
Madam
Doreen.
Chair, how is it going to change the vote from voting now or voting next week? It doesn't change the vote.
I guess it depends on whether or not you consider public input important. If it's not going to change your vote, are you saying you don't want to have public input? Because this is a whole new philosophy that you guys are extolling tonight.
Don't negotiate in public.
We're not negotiating in public, but what we're saying is public deserves to have input on our single most important contract in town, wouldn't you think?
I will say that we are elected to serve as the executive board, and it is our decision whether or not to approve the town administrator's contract.
Without public input.
Yes.
Even though you have the discretion.
Just the way it's done for the school superintendent. You don't publish it before.
No, but
you
you can
publish it
publish the
once you-
terms.
Let's,
You
one at a
look,
time.
Here's what I'm gonna say. Every other contract we just approved tonight that we actually gave the chair authorization, contract language was in the meeting packet.
Mhm.
It's like that for everything else. This is the one time where I don't see it. And all I'm saying is, guys, just table the motion, put the packet together, send it out on Friday, publish it. It's a public document at that point. That's my motion that's on the floor that's been seconded, is just table this for next week. And it is actually up to us whether or not we want to take public input or not, okay? And you're right, the public does not negotiate the contracts in public. But once it leaves executive session and we're ready to take official and final action, that is something that the public has a right to at least view. They don't get a right to decide. It is the same way we do with every other contract. And if you tell me that there's exceptions because of the way that this was done and that we have an opinion by legal counsel, then I believe as a sitting board member, I'm afforded that right to talk to legal counsel and have that opinion explained to me, because I may have follow-up questions that neither one of you could think of. But if you don't want to table it tonight, and that's the way you want to go, and that's it, that, that's the decision, then this is going to move in a way that's going to be pretty, pretty awkward. That's all. It's waiting a week. It's not going to change the outcome, Doreen. It's not going to change your outcome, Donna. And it's not going to change your outcome, Jennifer. But it allows us to do and practice what we've done for every other contract that we've ever had to sign.
And I just want to interject here that in every time we discuss this in executive session, I started out and I told you what the process would be. And I said the next step, I've said it all along. I've told you what the procedures were from Mark Terry. And if you didn't have any questions then, now you have questions now when we're about to sign the contract.
No,
But
I don't have any more questions for that, Jen. Don't put those words in my mouth. I don't have questions over the terms, and I said that very earlier on. I said,
No,
very
I
good
said
job.
the process.
The process, right.
I
The question
outlined
is
the
this.
process.
I had no idea that we were going to finally decide to push this out to the public after tonight's executive session meeting. And I did find it awkward that I saw it on the scene, on the agenda. But again, I don't set the agenda. You do, Jen.
Yes, I set the agenda. And
Right.
I told you the last time we met about this contract in executive session that it was the next step was to put it on the agenda.
So there's nothing that anyone in this community could say about this that would change your mind one way or another?
Donna wants to comment.
Okay.
Peter, you said it's like any other contract. This is not. This is salary negotiation. That's what this is. This is our responsibility alone. And it's done for the superintendent. It's done for every salary contract that we have.
Every
You
power
don't
that we have is done for our
disclose terms
responsibility alone,
require
Donna.
negotiating.
Our override is our
Hey.
responsibility alone. We just had a TRICOM meeting on that.
Let's,
Give me a break.
can you lower your voice, please?
Yeah, I'll turn my volume down.
Move the question.
We do
No,
have.
this isn't move the question time. Other people still have comments.
Well,
I think, Ed, I made my point very clear, and it's no sense in arguing about it anymore. I'm just saying the way that I've always done it and the way that it's been prescribed is very different than what's happening today. And this is the one time that I'm like, why can't you wait a week? And if you guys want to decide against it, then so be it.
Okay, I have Peter's motion to table this.
You have Ms. Donna Stock to move the question, and I seconded it, Madam Chair.
I need a clarification. Was it to move the question on the motion we have on the table?
Madam Chair, you can only move the question that is present here. So right now there is a motion on the table to stop discussion and vote on tabling the agenda item until next meeting.
I want to be clear of what we are voting on. We are voting on a motion to move the question about whether or not to table till next week. So this is about moving the question. It's not about Peter's motion. All in favor of moving the question? by roll call.
Carlson, aye.
Stock eye.
Fazio, aye.
Thomas,
Frisbee, aye.
okay. Next, we have the motion to table until next week. We do have a lot of comments, but let's just move this and then we can be, so I have Peter's motion and a second. Any discussion on that? Hearing none, all in favor?
Carlson, aye.
Frisbee, aye.
Stock nay.
Fazio, nay.
Thomas, nay. So now we're getting back to the contract discussion. Let me just, I have to read through all these things. So if Maureen or Donna, did you have anything to add about the contract while I look through these? Or Ed or Peter, anybody?
Are we talking generally about the contract?
No, well, I'm sorry, here, let me get onto these questions. Number one, Marilyn Kusher, 3 Lincoln Lane. Jen stated Tim is doing a good job. Does he have a document with goals, CPIs, or anything the public has access to? Yes, there are goals. There was an evaluation done last year where all of our evaluations are combined into one document, and that is available. So there are goals. Jen Paluzzi, 19 Cortland. What is Tim's salary now? His base salary is $147,500. He gets $17,500 in deferred comp. There's some insurance cost in there. There's a vehicle allowance. Becca, I think the total is $184,500 with all of the insurance, his life insurance, all of that stuff together. Can you confirm?
Yes, including the deferred comp, that's correct.
Okay. Sorry, there are so many questions. Marilyn Kusher, 3 Lincoln Lane. Why is there a rush to do this at 11 p.m.? I know it may feel like a rush, but it's been on the agenda. We've been talking about it since December. It is at the end of the agenda, but it's not necessarily a rush, in my opinion. But certainly other board members can answer that. Point of information. The motion to table or to lay on the table is not debatable. The vote should be taken immediately. All right, thank you. From Amy Marr. Justin Wood, 5 Garden Street. I would say that I would expect to allow the public to read the contract before the contract is voted on. Is a great idea, and you should do that. Select board does not have to accept public input on the contract, but you could have desired. Last year when this happened, Sargon-Hanna allowed public input ahead of the executive session, since executive session was at the end of the meeting about the contract plans. We never had a contract. The public could not have commented on or shortened the public. I don't believe that's true, but it's from Justin Wood. Sally Burke, is the BOS aware that the ATA sent an email via? That is not pertinent to, again, I don't have to read these. I will read these and Becca can answer this. Is the BOS aware that the ATA sent an email via a town email to some municipal employees urging them to send letters of support for the extension? I think that please address tonight before voting. Why is the chair revealing discussions made in executive session? Elizabeth Spinney, 71 Potter Hill Road. The question is mute. I don't understand. Elizabeth Spinney, I don't understand why is the board taking public comment now, but is not willing to table it tonight to allow people the opportunity to digest the information that was presented and respond at the next meeting, especially when it's 11:16. Why is it so important this contract be voted tonight? This is very difficult, this thing. All right, Justin Wood, I would like clarification about part of what I said that was not true. I remember it strongly as it was one of my first select board meetings I physically attended. All right, I guess Justin and I have a different recollection of a meeting. I apologize, Justin. I didn't mean to say that you remembered something differently. All right, back, I think I got them all. All right. So it's certainly much easier when people stand up in the room so that I can recognize them. It is much harder in this Rick Elaine, 19 Ferry Street. All the comments you heard tonight was before the public knew the terms. You made it public tonight. 1 week would make sense. Melissa Graves, 37 Case Circles. How can you represent us citizens if you don't want to take public comment on details of a contract? We're only allowed to comment on the idea of a contract. Again, we've answered these questions. I mean, these questions are coming in. They're repeat questions now. So if there's anything new, that would be great. Do any board members have anything else to say?
What are we talking about at this point? The general terms of the contract and whether we are for it or against it?
Yes, I have Donna asking to be recognized.
I move the board vote to approve the town administrator's 2020-2024 employment agreement as presented.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Moving to discussion. Mr. Frisbee.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm glad we're at the discussion point of this. So I'm a no vote on this contract, and in general terms, I'll tell you why. First, I think this is a bad contract for us. First and foremost, we are looking at a couple of key provisions here that have changed since the last one without any real justification in my mind. Section 3, termination and severance pay, Part B. In the event the town administrator is terminated by the town prior to the expiration of the term, the town agrees that shall pay to the town administrator lump sum cash payment equal to 12 months aggregate salary, which amount shall be paid to town administrator on or before effective date of termination of his employment. So for lay people at home watching this, if we decide to move away from the town administrator, not for cause, we actually have to pay him an entire year's worth of salary. So as of the next coming election, you may well have a board who doesn't get along with the town administrator. Just for the sake of argument, I'm not saying this will happen. But in that event, if the relationship becomes such that it's not good for the town of Grafton to maintain this present employment relationship, we would have to pay him over $150,000 to go home. Okay. I don't know about anybody else out there in this present environment, but that is not something that's offered to me. And that doesn't matter. The question is whether or not it's offered to somebody that we want to retain. The last time we had this contract, we did it for 6 months. And there hasn't been any justification to me about why we would want to change this from 6 to 12, other than we think this is something that other people get. But again, in the present environment, given everything that we are asking our other Grafton employees to take as far as pay cuts, that's not something that's palatable to me. The second is salary, and although it's true that this contract says that the town administrator shall take a 0% increase for the coming year, the next year we more than make up for it. The next year, the salary increase is up to 8.5% of base salary. Now, as the chairwoman acknowledges, we don't necessarily have to do that, but as you've seen throughout the course of the debate, there are 3 people on the board who are controlling votes who are extremely comfortable with this particular individual. And I question whether or not we would have the discipline to keep that salary under a palatable amount. Again, considering a year from now, we're not really, I don't know that we'll be out of the present economic situation. We will have asked the town to pay for not only an override, but a super park as well. So under these circumstances, I don't think this is a particularly good contract for the town. I don't see the justification for the change in the 2 major terms going forward. It signals to me that maybe, we don't talk enough about priorities on the board. We have, of course, this contract has come up at an inopportune time. I don't think we need to do it now, however, where there's absolutely no rush, as a couple of the commenters have noted. We could easily do this in September when we have a clearer economic picture of what's coming up next year. We don't have to do it now. The rush to get this done is artificial. On top of that, I have a bigger concern, and that is the traits that I want to see moving forward with somebody in that position. We operate in a small town that has limited resources, and a lot of those resources have to be managed by staff. Some of those resources have to be managed by volunteers. That includes the planning board, that includes the school committee, that includes the finance committee, and a lot of other committees along the way. And it has been my observation in the past that there is nothing that this particular town administrator enjoys less than dealing with volunteer boards. I've experienced that personally. I've seen other people experience it. And I don't think that you can engender the trust that you need with voters moving forward in an era of limited income if there is always this friction between volunteers and the administration. And I'll give you a really great example that we heard tonight, which was, we came up with, or the town administrator came up with a great idea. It's a fantastic idea to start a charity to benefit people who have been affected by COVID. But when asked whether or not he was going to operate within his mandate that's set forth in the charter, his response was, I hadn't even thought of it. And that's not the first time that that's happened. Last week or 2 weeks ago, I asked him whether or not some information that I had read in the Worcester Telegram and Gazette about COVID rates in Grafton was accurate. And his response to me was, don't believe everything you read on Facebook. And then last summer, when we were talking about the MRC, we realized that the administration changed the terms of a contract that this board already signed without actually advising the board that they had changed the terms. That's not okay with me, and it's certainly not deserving of a raise. I understand that this is a hard job. I understand that there's a lot of pressure. I understand in the year 2020 with public work, you are never going to make anybody happy, but that's true no matter where you go. So if you're going to be in this role, you got to understand that that's part of the job. Okay. And, finally, I am not comfortable with something that I did find out today. And somebody mentioned it in the comments, that I received an email, and I want to know from the assistant town administrator right here, right now on the record, whether or not she sent it, that at 8:30 in the morning, she sent out an email asking employees of the town to write to us, encouraging us to approve this contract. So think of that. People under their direction who are already stressed out, already afraid that they're going to be laid off, have been requested by their superior to write in favor of extending the town administrator's contract. I have an enormous problem with that. And it falls under, by the way, ironically, the same ethics law that Donna Googled a little while ago that suggests that a town office shouldn't be used to benefit the office holder. Okay, that's an enormous problem. That's an enormous problem. And I'm going to call for an investigation of that. My concern is that this is sort of how it goes in town hall, and that there would be people who are afraid to speak up and say, no, we're not comfortable doing that because they're afraid to lose their jobs. This comes at an enormously inopportune time for both the ATA and the TA to even have this conversation, which, by the way, was totally unnecessary because we don't conduct this by straw poll. So this was way over the top. And I'm worried that this is just the tip of the iceberg of what you might see inside town hall. So I'm an enormous no vote. And on the next agenda, I want to discuss an investigation of why this email was sent out, if at all. And by the way, I'm not taking anyone's word for it. I am submitting a Freedom of Information Act request for all emails and metadata concerning any email correspondence sent out to town employees this morning concerning this.
Becca, would you like to respond?
Sure. So I am happy to, well, I guess I just want to start by saying there was an email that was sent. It was sent from me this morning. It was sent outside of work hours. It was sent from my work email address, and I realize now in hindsight that that was a mistake, and I do apologize for that, but I am going to read the email to you all and to all that are listening right now verbatim, and if you would like a copy of it, I'm happy to forward it to you as well. So it was sent to a handful of employees who work directly with me and for Tim. Email reads, "Good morning all. I hope you and your families are all doing well considering the current climate. To be honest, I'm a little uncomfortable writing this email, but I realized that I would be more disappointed in myself if I didn't send it. As many of you are aware, Tim's contract renewal is on the agenda tonight. We have received a handful of emails from citizens voicing their displeasure at Tim receiving a contract renewal. I am asking all of you if you'd be willing to sign on to a letter I drafted in support of Tim, or draft your own letter and send it to the select board. If you'd rather not send in a letter, that's okay too. This request feels odd, but I feel it's necessary at this time. I know that Tim has always supported me in my capacity, given me opportunities to grow, and always motivates me to do the next right thing. I hope that Tim has done the same for you and that you will be willing to show your support for him as employees of the town. There are difficult decisions ahead, and Tim has proven to me at least that he's the right person to steer the ship. Please know that I'm not asking you to sign this in my capacity as an ATA in any way, simply as someone who supports Tim and who has been continually supported by him."
Thank you. All right, that was asked and answered. So we are continuing our discussion, or?
That's all we have to say about that?
Yes, you can file it is within your rights to file an ethics violation.
I have a follow-up question for Becca, if you don't mind.
Madam Chair. Can I say something, or do you want Ed to continue first?
Ed, ask your question, go ahead.
Becca, do you realize that that was grossly inappropriate?
Like I said, I do apologize for having sent it to my work email. I recognize in hindsight that I should not have done that, but I do stand by my support of Tim, and I know that several of my colleagues feel that way as well.
Doreen?
Yeah, Madam Chair. I accept Becca's apology for sending this via work email. And what I'll say is what I hear is the person that works closest to Tim is sending an email out to ask for more support, which just kind of proves my point that he's the right person for the job and that we need to extend his contract. That's what I'm getting out of it, Ed. So.
Okay. I'm sorry, with all this, I lost track. Do we have a motion yet or no? We did. Donna made a motion, right? And Doreen seconded it, and we got to discussion. Yes, we're at discussion. Any further discussion? Donna?
I think there was a coordinated effort on some other letters as well. So that's my opinion of what I saw come into my email box today. So I think that's all my observation is.
Doreen, did you put your hand up?
Yeah, I would just like to say a few things to, just to counter some points that Ed has made. And, it's fine. You're voicing your opinion. I'm going to voice mine. So, you stated something about the 12-month severance and your feeling about, having that 12 months be too long. And in my opinion, it's not for cause. So if there is a reason to terminate the town administrator, we would not be paying a 12-month severance. So I just wanted to make that clear as well. So that's something I'm comfortable with. And the 8%, so he's not taking a raise this year, and the 8% that we could go up to for next year would still be, it's based on performance. So that's something we have to keep in mind. And it's still a low average of other town administrators that Jen provided us, and, you know, other town administrators in Massachusetts. So even if he went up to that 8%, he would still be getting a lower salary than an average town administrator in the area. So I'll stop there because it's 11:30.
So, you know, I just want to note for the record here that there are members here who had a larger problem with Matt Often spending his entire weekend working on a budget that might help us out than you guys do with an assistant town administrator telling employees that maybe they ought to send a recommendation about their boss so he can get his contract renewed. That seems a lot like an employee intimidation to me. That seems a lot like a violation of ethics laws. And it causes me to wonder if you guys are just too close to the situation to make a rational decision about whether or not this contract should be renewed.
Okay, any other discussion? All right, all in favor by roll call?
Carlson, no.
Stock eye.
DeFazio, aye.
Frisbee, nay.
Thomas, aye. All right, next we move to town select board report, TA reports. Oh, Donna?
Madam Chair, I have to work tomorrow. It's 11:33.
Yes.
Are there any other critical items on this?
We have to adjourn.
That work.
Second.
That was, I'm just saying that's a critical part of our meeting.
Oh, okay. All right, I have a motion to adjourn in a second. Any discussion?
Why are we adjourning?
Because I made the motion, Ed.
All right.
Any further discussion?
How long do you want this meeting to go? Is there a precedent for how long these could go? Did they?
Till it's over. Till we're done with the agenda.
Okay.
All right, we have a motion. We have a motion and a second. We have to clear the motion off. So all in favor of adjournment by roll call.
Carlson, yes.
Thomas,
DeFazio, aye.
Thomas, nay.
Frisbee, nay.
All right, we will keep going. So,
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, I'm going to take a 2-minute break, okay? My teeth are floating. For the whole public to know why I'm taking a 2-minute break. So if you want to continue with the TA's report, I'm sure I can reach out to Tim tomorrow and get his update, if you don't mind.
Can we take a 2-minute bio break?
sure.
Wonderful. Be right back.
We'll be back in 2 minutes. I will try to answer some of the questions as comments. We have Nick Talcott, 57 Waterville Street. He is a member of this town and he's incredibly disappointed with the vote. Why was this ran through at this hour? Colleen Roy, 53 Elmwood Street, fiscal year 21 budget seems critical. Yes, we're moving on. Justin Wood, 5 Garden Street. Planning board meetings go until the end, but adjourning is not debatable technically. Oh, sorry, that was just an FYI. No commentary. Oh, well, I guess I can't take comments while on recess. So everybody is worried about the technicalities. Okay, I will not read these into the record then, if you don't believe I should.
Madam Chair, I've returned. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks. Just waiting for Donna.
Madam Chair, I'm back.
Thank you. All right. Donna's back, Ed's back. Everybody is back. Becca, are you back?
Yes.
Okay. Select board reports. Does any member of the board have a report? All right, I'm not seeing any. I have a report, so I will start this. I know it's late, but so I'll go through it quickly. We did get for members of CPC, we did get a notification from the CPA about a rental assistance program. Our CPA staff, Joanne Duncan, brought it to my attention again. I had seen it and asked if we should look into it. So we pulled in Tim and we set up a meeting to see if it was something that we wanted to pursue. The people in the meeting were me. I am the Affordable Housing Trust representative for the select board, Joanne Duncan, who is CPA staff, Jim Gallagher, who is Housing Authority, Dan Crossan, Affordable Housing Trust Chair, John Stevens, who is the CPC Chair, and Chris McGoldrick, who is the town planner. So it was just a preliminary meeting to see if it was something we would like to pursue. We were concerned about, how type of program we could manage it ourselves. So Chris is going to research the CMRCP, see if there's regional help that we can get to implement it. I mean, it seems like a no-brainer, but there's a lot of, process and screening and making sure all of it is done properly. Joanne is gathering more information for guidance from the CPA. The chairs of the Affordable Housing Trust and the CPA were in favor of discussing it further, and it will be discussed further on April 23rd at the CPA meeting, at the CPC meeting. Quick note about CPA funds, they need town meeting approval to be expended. And so the guidelines for this rental program suggested involving another group because it's easier to make. And Affordable Housing Trust is the most logical choice for that. CPA has been transferring funds to the Affordable Housing Trust for years, and it seemed like something that was right up their alley, and the chair of the Affordable Trust seems supportive. So it's still very preliminary, but we are working towards it as a goal, and I will keep you updated. And again, April 23rd, the CPC meeting, we will be talking about it.
Madam Chair, I don't mean to interrupt, and thank you very much for spearheading that initiative. That's really important to a lot of people in the community. Is there any way to expedite that sooner than April 23rd? Ideally, May rent is coming up on May 1st. By the time we have something in place, realistically, we might be even talking about June 1st, and that's going to be a long 60 days or so before people can get any help. Is there any way we can speed this up and maybe get people in sooner?
Certainly I can contact Dan Crossan again. Of course, Affordable Housing Trust has the ability to spend money without going to town meeting. It's all about the process and trying to figure out how we can process those people. It's not something we do, so we're trying to get expertise on that. So yeah, we're still working towards it. I mean, yes, I agree that the sooner the better, and we're trying, and that's one of the reasons we're reaching out to CMRCP to see if we could partner with other towns and have somebody that could help us manage a program like this. So again, it's still preliminary, but any input or any suggestions, certainly welcome to it. Welcome. But the next step is to discuss it in a public meeting. We just had an initial, is this something we're interested in doing? Let's move forward. So,
okay. Thank you.
Jen? Yeah, is there anything in addition you need from us to do whatever it is? I mean, is there anything that any of the other us can be help advocate for, whatever, push this along that you could think of?
I don't think at this time. Again, it's a matter of coming up with the process. You certainly want to believe there has to be some sort of process. People have to show their need in some way, so we have to make sure we understand all of that. It's confidentiality and all of that stuff. So it's a complicated nut, and so if maybe somebody has expertise on it listening, and maybe they can help us out, but we're trying to gather more information on how to make it happen faster. Yeah.
Appreciate that.
There is, Mass Housing does have a lot of input on this stuff. The MHP does do a lot of programs, and there are people that maybe, if you guys are seeking input, can reach out to the MHP, because there are a lot of consultants in this business that can help you with the administrative stuff to push it along.
Yes, thank you.
I'll send you some links on that stuff.
Yeah, thank you. That was a group that we had mentioned in our meeting as well, but if you have any direct links or direct contacts, that would be helpful. Thank you. All right, any other select board reports? Town administrator report.
Hi, thank you, Jen. Yeah, I only have 47 things to go through, so sit back. Now, I will try to minimize this report as much as possible and try to memorialize things that are not as pressing. But I did need the board to know of a couple things. We were set to borrow long-term for the library project for our portion. We're going to do that in May. We're going to have a conference call with Standard & Poor's next week. But because of the market, a lot of feedback all of a sudden. Can you guys hear me all right?
Perfectly. Yep.
I have no other electronic device on. I'm getting tons of feedback. Anyways, we were going to do a long-term borrowing, but the market instability, even though the Fed has lowered rates, it's not favorable to the municipal bond market for a long-term borrow at this point. So I'm going to move forward with rolling the notes for one more year, which will allow us to get some stability and get the market to hopefully yield the same rate we're paying now in the low twos for those band issues, and then we'll bond next May. The municipal law changed recently, probably a year and a half ago now anyways, relative to how many times you can actually roll a note forward. So we're going to take advantage of that just to save and get some stability back in the market. There was a spread recently in a local community of, a half a point, and usually it's so much closer when you take bids for a long-term issue. And we just didn't feel that the time was right. So we thought the short-term ban for the library proceeds, the DPW's already borrowed for, except for the last $1 million who were just authorized. So that will be a band as well until we can roll them all into one note issue for May of 2021. But I didn't want to cover that with you because you will have a lot of documents to go through at a meeting in mid-May, and everybody hopefully will be out of this thing. We'll have to figure out a way to sign these things. But there's a long document to read, and relative to public finance, do you have to go through in a public meeting? So this might be one of the first ones they do via Zoom, but we will have to take advantage of that, or not take advantage of it, but not take advantage of the long-term borrowing just because of the market instability. So I thought that was an important thing to share with the board at this point. Any questions on that piece? All right, the other big thing that I think is important for us to know about is Pine Street bids. We did get 4 back. Becca did send a quick email out to you all, and I just want to share. I'm not going to tell you who the people were because they asked for confidentiality as they're moving through the process. But Group 1, this is for 8 Pine Street. I don't know, Becca, if you're still on, can you just put that parcel back up on the map? And I don't want to make this really drawn out, but it's good news for us, especially if we were going to get further into this agenda where we talk about the budget and how we're going to get through things. I realize the decisions we made earlier about postponing town meeting, we don't have to cover the warrant articles tonight because you don't have to act on those next week because the town meeting's been pushed back. So as long as you sign and we post 14 days prior to, we can kick that a week anyways. But I thought it was important to just share the Pine Street bid piece with folks. So Becca, I don't know did I go too fast? You still there? Can you put up the map of Pine Street, please? All right, there you go. Thank you. So that's the entire piece on the assessors map. I don't know if Becca, if you can just kind of give people who might be watching and the board the real area. It's not that whole thing, because that is Job Corps to the right of the backwards number 9, if you will. So we have everything to the left of that point. But anyways, there, 8 Pine, about 8 acres of land. We got 4 proposals, one of which didn't have a real proposal. They did give us a certified bank check for the 25,000, which was required for a bid bond, but they weren't, they just weren't competitive. And the check was actually given to us separately because we were closed. So there's a weird piece there, but long and short, they didn't really fulfill the bid requirement. So we have 3 substantial requests. So group 1 for this land, and obviously none of this is engineered, but we had 9 criteria in our RFB, our invitation to bid. So there's 9 criteria that we'll rate them on. I can just give you the long and short of the proposals. Group 1 is looking at 220 units, and they're looking to pay 1.2 million. That group 1 also requires a 15-year TIF at 75%. So it's a lot to take in at 11:45. I understand that. Don't worry about it, because we're going to come back to you anyways, because we have to get your approval to dispose of it. We'll go through the criteria piece, and if members want to see the particulars, we can get you the proposals as they're here. But we created a matrix to go through everyone, and we'll get the best proposal and make sure these people's finances are in line and all that. Group 2 was another group that we thought was a good group to deal with. Their unit count is a little bit lower. I gotta find it actually. I counted it once and I had 77, and then they had a different page where I get the total number that I did not get to today. 306 units. So that's a lot on 8 acres as well. The price was $1,725,000. They were not looking for any CPA, nor a TIF, nor any money from Affordable Housing Trust. They do have a longer due diligence period. And again, these are 9 criteria. I'm just giving you the highlights. No decision needs to be made. I'm just trying to bring you up to speed on where we're at. We got these in last Thursday. And the group 3 is 177 units, of which 150 would be affordable. Of course, as you know, if it's all rental, then they all count, but it's yet to be determined if that is what their full proposal is. They're offering a full 2 million, but they do need Affordable Housing Trust assistance for the affordable piece of it. So the thing I like about that one, they do have a 10,500 square foot commercial space component to really enhance that mixed use component on that parcel. So those are the 3 very broad, still more work to be done in the review, but I at least wanted to get that baseline information out there on what the proposals were and some of the fundamentals that we're looking at for revenue from the sale of that. I will tell you, we took ownership from the state in August. I think it was August 16th. We went out to bid 2 months ago. We extended it 2 weeks because of COVID-19. And then we got 3 proposals back, 4 proposals back, but 3 were very competitive and robust for us to consider. So I think that's a big thing relative to the whole village mixed use component that we have, that we want to see happen up and around Route 30. So I think that's a good, important thing. So with that, I'll stop talking about that one. Does anybody have any questions on that piece? All right. And I'll just tell you now, the LED lights with installed gateways today, the gateways actually allow the lights to talk to one another, that we can get back on our fiber network, come back to this building. We have a software program that we can check lights, make sure they're working properly, and so forth. So we have controls with those lights. So the gateways are being installed this week. We're waiting on one component for fusing for the LED lights to be installed this week, and or the beginning of next week. There will be trucks on the road doing these installs. They're coordinating with the police department when they need police details. And we're putting all that Green Communities money to good work. And we do expect to have some turn back from the warrant article that we had from last May, that obviously the money that's left over in this account. If you remember, we hedged, we created an account for a town meeting to do the LED lights in the event we didn't get the grant, but we got the grant. We just didn't get the full purchase price from National Grid in the grant, so we had to use a little bit of the warrant article. So that money will turn back, and we hope to use that along with other warrant articles to pay off the deficit for snow and ice, which is 86,000. So we had a little bit of a breather this year. I hope it doesn't snow before the end of the month. But again, I would have gone into that in more detail if we went further into the agenda, which I'm assuming we will not. A lot of what I was going to give you tonight was everything that we've done to date relative to flattening the curve for our employees and keeping the longevity of operations intact as long as we could, given the crisis. To date, we have no knowledge of any of our employees being impacted by COVID-19, which is great. Doesn't mean that somebody's not, but we certainly don't know about it. Today, we did have the unfortunate news that we have 2 more reported cases in Grafton. So that's a total of 24. There's just a lot of stuff that it's going to be tough to summarize this in a memo too, because there's a lot of detail that I wanted to have dialogue back and forth with the board on. But that's really every press release we do, everything we do on Facebook right now is surrendered around COVID-19 and trying to provide good information to have people be aware of it. We're trying to reach out to the business community as we go to get them contact with the SBA and the small business lending grant programs that they have. So we're trying to think about it holistically for the whole community. So I'm trying to compact a lot of stuff in a short period of time. So I apologize for going so quickly, but I'll take questions and I'll stop here.
Does anybody have any questions for Tim?
Yeah, Tim, thank you. I just want to commend you and the team on getting that communication spun up. I know it was a shock and trying to figure it out. I just want to say I think you're using the technology as best as possible. I like seeing the updates. I share them when I can because I'm working throughout the day. Try to stay off social media while working like everyone else, but I do appreciate the updates and the resources that are available. Please keep that up. I think the community appreciates it. I hear from some of the members out there that the use of that tech has really kind of helped them understand what the town is up to and what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Any other questions for Tim? No. I'm sorry that you had to cut your report short because I just want to thank you and town staff. It is a really tough thing to adjust to, and you guys have all been putting in the time and effort, and it's been a really tough time. And so thank everybody for their efforts. It is too bad you can't go through everything because it's very extensive. So Tim works 24/7 to make sure that everybody in town is safe. So thank you for that. Anything else in the TA report? No. All right. Correspondence. I think you're off the hook, Peter, because I think they were done at the beginning, but you may have something else. You're muted. You're muted.
I knew that was going to happen. If anyone's playing the Zoom bingo, I'm sure that they scored on that one. There was one from Angie Correa that I neglected to read that we said that we would. Madam Chair, if you would entertain that now, I'd be more than happy to pull up the email and read her correspondence.
Sure. Thank you.
Last correspondence of the night. Thank you everyone again for sending your correspondence to us and bearing with me and reading them all in your patience. This one's from Angelina Correa. Hi everyone, I would like to formally enter my concern over the proposed substantial increase in pay in 4-year contract that is on the table for town administrator. A month ago, we were discussing a Prop 2.5 override to balance our operating budget for the coming years because we don't have enough money to pay for level services for our town. Town administrator salary is part of that budget. We are now in the middle of a global pandemic. The notion that the board would be going for an early contract renewal and raise for the administrator at the time like this, when thousands have lost their jobs and virtually no one is secure in their future, is absolutely infuriating. That's not the kind of leadership I expect. That's not leadership at all. A leader puts their employees first. A leader puts their town first. A leader would be uncomfortable taking more money from the town under such dire circumstances. Employ your will to leave, do the right thing. If this contract doesn't need to be done until October, then you can wait until October. If you don't, this will look like a power and money grab, and at a time like this, it is inconceivably deplorable display. Sincerely, Angelina. Thank you, Madam Chair.
I just want to, just so everybody knows, we did receive that individually, but we did not receive it through the BOS group, which is why it was left off of Peter's original correspondence. But I just wanted to make sure everybody understood we all had that input before tonight. So that was something we did receive today, or maybe not today. There were so many emails, but okay. Moving on to discussion. Fiscal year 21 budget.
So this is a standard placeholder. You know, if the override passed is one scenario. A lot of this could have been covered when we review the warrant, because we would have, you know, Article 6 will be the budget as it stands now with the revenue, as we discussed last night, with what we think will be a shortfall in revenue from the state and from excise tax, for motor vehicle excise tax. We don't share the same view about meals tax as others expressed earlier, but you know, nonetheless, it's still $600,000 that we think we're not going to get in fiscal 21. So we make those reductions. We try to keep some parity in terms of pay increases. The superintendent and I, in good faith, to not have a pay increase for fiscal 21. I've done that twice. This, I think, will be my third time. Jay is willing to do that. So we have parity, at least among the leadership, to set that example. And I think that's a good signal to the community, and a good signal to the staff relative to their either employment agreements or their rank and file under the personnel bylaw. So we've gone through a scenario with you all last night with the tri-board about how we're going to get there. For that, you know, if that revenue reduction were to take place and the override were to fail, we still have a balanced budget. When you get to the next article, there'll be a contingent budget in the annual town meeting, Article 7, which will deal with putting money back in should the override pass, so you won't have to come back and have another town meeting. So we're dealing with this exactly the same way we committed to in 14 relative to the school department's budget, and we're still balanced, if you will, for fiscal 20 this year ending on June 30. We're gonna be fine in terms of revenue and expenses, barring something happened in the last month and a half of the fiscal year. Obviously, COVID-19 can impact that. We are tracking those costs. If we can get reimbursed from federal or the state for any of our losses, we certainly will. But we kind of covered all this last night in terms of how we're going to get there. So I don't know if there's anything more to add to the FY21 budget.
Peter?
Madam Chair, yeah, thank you for that update, Tim. I appreciate all of the effort that you and the school department have been doing to come up with these contingencies and the cuts. I would like to put on the next agenda a discussion item about if an override were to pass, that we look for the absolutely bare minimum and not utilize, or potentially at least have the discussion of not utilizing what we think was 100% of what we were going to need for next year to level service back when we originally were talking about this. So I just want that to be out there as a discussion item for this board to consider. I think it would be a healthy discussion just to kind of hear how we're all thinking about the current economic conditions that we're in right now, and give us some more input over how we think that fiscal policy, if that override were to pass, and about how much we should be implementing that, and then come up with the policy about whether or not we agree to maybe postpone like some of the options that I was mentioning earlier on in the meeting. So if we could just have that on the discussion next week, that would be fantastic.
Peter, can you do me a favor and put that into a sentence so that I know what you would like on the agenda, because it was a paragraph. So just if you can let me know what you would like, I will make sure it gets on the agenda.
All right, I will do that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, where are we? I had a couple, I just had a quick thing on, last night you did go over some scenarios. Again, we're just talking about budget. Donna, I'm sorry. Did you have something?
It actually wasn't last night, it was 2 nights ago, because we've now gone into the next day.
Okay, well, we're almost there, so I will make it quick. I just, during the projections, one of the scenarios had raising bag fees, and so when we talk about the budget next time going forward, I prefer not to raise bag fees. I would prefer to use a little bit more stabilization, because again, people are in a tough time, every penny counts. And so I just want that added to our discussion. Again, we will be talking about this fiscal year 21 budget, up until town meeting. So we all do have an opportunity to absorb it. And if there's other input or questions, come back with that. Any other questions on fiscal year 21 budget? I am not seeing any. The next item is just real quick. Again, we are getting, I just wanted to get consensus. We're getting how do we want to handle committee appointments when we have multiple applicants during this time of remote meetings? Do we want to put them off? Do we want to handle them through Zoom? Because typically we interview candidates. We have candidates come in and we interview, and then we make the appointment based on how many spots are available. So I was just looking for some feedback on how you guys would like to handle it. Doreen?
Correct me if I'm wrong, but we don't have committees meeting right now, or maybe I should ask the question, the people that we have multiple candidates for, those committees aren't meeting currently, right? They've been asked to not meet. It's just select board, finance committee, school committee, planning board.
Those were the preferred ones when we started this, and then other folks needed it for meetings, and Becca has the list, but we open it up to more because the building committee certainly have to do that to vote on bills and so forth. But so there are other opportunities for them to meet either through Zoom or through an executive account of Zoom like we have here. Certainly went way longer than the prescribed free version of Zoom. So we have these accounts that we can use. So there are some, if there's a need and we determine they can meet and we have space available, if you will, on the Zoom account, they do meet.
Okay, so I'll throw out this suggestion of do we have candidates? Do we invite them to our Zoom meeting and interview them? That's one option.
Madam Chair, if I may weigh in, I think we should do our due diligence. We should just leverage the technology that we have it today, and we should meet the individuals that want to volunteer for the town, and because they're going to probably have to get used to having meetings like this if they're going to meet. So, I would go forward and have them meet here and have a discussion with us, just like we did with the other panelists.
Donna?
I agree.
Okay. Anybody else? I'm hearing we would like to pretty much handle it the way we always have and have them come in for an interview. So we will set that up for next time. Thank you for your input. Sorry, it's hard. I'm used to having paper agenda. Back to the beginning of the agenda. All right, so we have review draft annual and special town meeting warrant. So based on the fact that we did move the town meeting date and the time of the evening, would you guys like to table that till next time? Or would you like to go through the town warrant?
I would like to pass over this and just do it at the next meeting if that's possible.
Yeah, I don't think there's any urgency now that we've pushed it out.
Agree.
Okay, so we will pass over that. Meeting minutes.
Madam Chair, I'd move the board vote to approve the March 3rd, 2020 meeting minutes as presented.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none by roll call?
Carlson, aye.
Stock eye.
DeFazio, aye.
Frisbee, aye.
Thomas, aye. Motion is carried.
Madam Chair, Madam Chair, I move the board vote to approve the March 5th, 2020 meeting minutes as presented.
Do I have a second? I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor by roll call?
Carlson, aye.
Stock eye.
DeFazio, aye.
Frisbee, aye.
Thomas, aye. The motion is carried. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
I have a motion to adjourn in a second. All in favor?
Carlson, aye.
DeFazio, aye.
Stock eye.
Thomas. All right. Good
Good night, everyone.
Good night, everyone.
Stay safe,
everybody.
stay healthy, guys.